With a minor stay Hello everyone and welcome to another Tinfoil Tuesday! I'm very excited because I have new Tinfoil Tuesday attire. We're actually on a hype train right now. We're already at 56% of level 2. If we get, to level 4 or 5, you're gonna get to see my new jacket and a bunch of other stuff. It's gonna be real fun. So welcome everybody. I hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday afternoon. We're gonna look at some fun stuff today. Nathan Thompson, back from the dead. What I mean by that is, he has a Facebook page that he also posts videos to. His YouTube is still gone, but we can still enjoy some Nathan Thompson cringe. So we'll do that. The final part of the prank series from Reckless Ben on him is out. He goes full anti-Semitic in it. So that'll be interesting to take a look at. We have some other flat earth stuff. We have a conspiracy theory about Paul McCartney from the Beatles being replaced. We have conspiracies about reptoids and all sorts of stuff, so it's going to be a good episode. Let me get through these subscriptions and stuff. We're at 95% of a level 2 hype train. When we just got it. Nice. Everything is taken, yo. Thank you for subscribing with an 8-month streak, says Woot. Everything is taken, yo. Thank you for gifting a sub. Cherry Tree Boy, thank you for continuing your gift sub. Blackwing River, thank you for subscribing with a 2-month streak. Blackwing River asks, did Chudwatch used to be called MAGA Monday? No, it's possible I may have called, an episode of Chudwatch MAGA Monday or something, but the show was always called Chudwatch. Wagroads13, thank you for the 100 bits. And remember these important words of wisdom. Hold on, let me look. Oh yeah, clips haven't been playing on my browser for some reason, and I don't know why. Very strange.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Ooh, we're already 24% to level 4. Phosphophyllite with 169 bits. The Queen. Trapped Fairy, thank you for subscribing at Tier 1. Blackwing River with 20 bits. Hype. Zinnaby with 20 bits. Let's be civil today and remember that people deserve respect even if your values don't align 100%. I can stand by that. Look at this dog and cat with 100 bits. Cherry Tree Boy with 20 bits. Hey Hannah, I finally got my Christmas money in the bank. Resubbed and some bits for you. Thank you, I appreciate that. KR Goss, thank you for gifting 5 subs to the community. Much appreciated. Cherry Tree, oh, already got that one. Vulcan Princess 97, thank you for the 100 bits. John Krembaz, thank you for the 20 bits. Happy to have some relief after Kevin Logan tortured us with some horrible MAGA songs.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
The Profane Priestess asks, hey Hannah, can I plug a mutual aid thing? I've had some dire circumstances come up. Go for it. AW Ghost 82, thank you for the 60 bits, says happy Tuesday. Probably a Lannister with 20 bits, says got my drank and my bud for all these conspiracies. Gracias for quality streams, of course. Thanks for coming to watch. They wouldn't be streams if you guys didn't come and view them. I appreciate it. So let's get some of this tinfoil going. We're at 48% of level 4, which means we completed up to level 3, so I need 3 pieces of attire. My vest, as per usual. I'm gonna heat up like crazy with all this tinfoil stuff on. It was just the Mimsy Moon cum dumpster clip. Yeah, I kind of figured. Short Hero 2, thank you for subscribing with Prime with a 6-month streak. Ready for some good conspiracy. Dude spanking dudes with a cleanse for later. Thank you for that. Innsmouth Swim Team with 100 bits. Good afternoon, Hannah. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the stream. Oh, here's the one I'm really excited for. This is a gift from Baja for Christmas, or from Baja for Christmas. My new tinfoil jacket. I am officially ready for the tinfoil. Ah, yeah. 54% of the level 4 hype train. Oh, where's the armhole? Need armhole. Yeah.
That's right.
We shiny now. There we go. Whew. How's that? Not bad? Not bad? I have some other tinfoil stuff that I got from Amazon too that'll be coming in the next couple weeks. We're gonna have Ascended Alumina. It's gonna be amazing. You guys will see. It'll be great. Ah, shiny and chrome. Let's see. We need another one. Here's another Christmas present for Baja. My tinfoil goggles to prepare me for the truth I'm about to receive. Oh, yeah. We on it now. I'm prepared. I'm very prepared. They will do nothing. I get that reference. The goggles, they do nothing. Yeah. I have a little spoiler for the stuff I have coming in from Amazon for future tinfoil streams. Different hat. Different tinfoil hat that looks a little more stylish, let's say. So, fun stuff. The goggle. So pretty. Let me see if I can read these with the goggles on. Look at this dog and cat. Thank you for the 100 bits. Zinnaby with 78 bits. Thank you. Phosphophyllite with 69 bits. Love those goggles. Thank you very much. Thank Baja. 70% of the level 4 hype train with 20 seconds. Will we do it? Will we do it for the new outfit? Let's see, what else do I have coming in? I don't know, do I want it to be a surprise or do I want to tell you guys what I have coming in for Tinfoil Tuesday? Oh, we're so close, 89% with 5 seconds left. So close. So close. Thank you, everyone, for all the support. Can I see in those? Barely. Phosphophyllite says I love those goggles. Thank you. I actually have a tinfoil cloak on the way, so don't buy me one. I have one on the way already. Hello.
Hi. You look very cute.
Thank you. Altered Rin with 25 bits. I'm ready for the crazy, and I may be in the process of trying to get Mimsy Moon on my stream. Oh boy. Good luck with that. Phosphophyllite with 420 bits says, ah! Can I actually see in those? Again, it's iffy. Andrew Patella with 20 bits. Hey, Hannah. I'm so glad to see you wearing all that tinfoil to protect you from all the vaccine-causing 5Gs. This is falling apart, unfortunately. But I have a new one coming in the mail, so... I ordered a gavel that I will tinfoil up.
You should have just ordered a silver gavel.
I looked for one. They don't exist. As far as I could find. That don't cost a bunch of money and wouldn't work. There were some that were like awards for like a judge or something. If you have a judge you wanted to give an award or something to. But like it's not for actually hitting things with.
I just don't think you looked hard enough.
Okay, well go find a silver gavel then. I miss Tucker's bits. It's always Tucker.
I got these from Amazon.
Yeah, and I looked on Amazon for a silver gavel.
No, somebody asked.
Oh, okay.
Jesus.
AshyBoo74 with 30 bits. Hi, everyone. I can't stay long because I'm spending time with my family, but I wanted to say hi, and I can't wait to watch the streams live again. Let me get back to Tucker's bits, whatever they were. Trying to find it. Jesus Christ, how far back was it? Oh, it was just a nonsense one. It's nonsense. We get it. That joke's funny the 500th time, surely. Maybe try Etsy for a silver gavel. I think I looked there too and couldn't find anything.
There's nothing funny
Clockwork
about
Van,
tools
thank you
of
for gifting a
capitalism.
sub. Appreciate it. Yeah. Ooh, I'm already getting warm in this. It's very insulating. I'll put it that way.
That's right, capitalistic propaganda.
Thank you, thank you, my ass is dragon, for following. Good name. Good name. Print a gavel in silver filament. That would break very quickly. Tucker White 94, 20 bits. Look at the time. Lights joint. Okay. We could probably get to some of the conspiracies now. What do you think? Snowstorm the Fox with 20 bits. Thanks for teaching me about MGTOWs. Can we use them as the new I word? Call them oh god. Miggies, like piggies. I don't know about that. How rough do I plan on being with the gavel? Very rough. It's the only way I know how to do things. Cornhole Blaster with 50 bits. Anyone else about to partake? I'm sure there's plenty of people who are going to for Tinfoil Tuesday. I'm glad I'm getting a new hat in because this one is always kind of messing with my, I don't know. Oh, this is a hood, too. Did I mention that? Okay, we should probably get to the stuff now. That XY girl says the hair adds character. Sure, let's call it character. The 5G towers don't stand a chance. I know. I'm too powerful. Let's maybe start with something fun. Where is it? I know I thought I pulled it up. Oh, here it is. So, we've been watching the saga that is the Reckless Ben prank on Nathan Thompson. Nathan Thompson being a flat earther. Used to run the largest flat earth group on Facebook until it got banned. Used to run a popular flat earth channel on YouTube until it got banned a couple weeks ago. And now we have the final part of the prank on him. The prank being, if you missed the previous parts, this is part 5. The prank being that this YouTube pranker and his friends, Reckless Ben, flew Nathan out to LA and basically said, we are working with the Travel Channel, we are Harvard scientists, they're not, and we are going to prove the Earth is round. They did the fake experiment, which was very silly. They were wearing duck suits, and Nathan didn't think that was odd or something, and ended up being like, oh my god, we proved the Earth was flat, as a prank to see what Nathan would do. Nathan, of course, buys this hook, line, and sinker, and they pretend to be his friends and pretend that they're all on board with Flat Earth now. And there's some relationship stuff. I think there's like a last time on at the beginning of this that it'll go over, but you get the gist. Zittaby with 20 bits, this might be a dangerous thing to say, but look up Molotov Chrome Spray. I'm gonna wait till later.
Today, Ben and Blake are going to be on the Glowbusters podcast.
Glowbusters? These two Harvard grads are supposedly jumping on the panel of Glowbusters tomorrow and letting us interview them and poke at their supposed experiment that what they call an experiment.
No way. I'm getting ready to interview them both because I think it's bullshit. But they agreed to have me interview them. And I'm just thinking, okay, great. I know it's bullshit, and I'd love to figure out a great way to get back at them.
Awesome.
So this is my first Flat Earth meetup, and I couldn't be more excited. Honestly, the only thing that can make it better is Brianna being here, and she is...
Hi everyone, I'm Brianna. I went to Harvard with Blake and Ben. I said the Earth is flat, and he said your butt is just as flat as the Earth.
And I...
Hold on, let me read.
How do they rule the world? That sucks, man.
We should get me going on a date with you.
I said the Earth is flat, and he said your butt is just as flat as the Earth.
And I regret saying that, obviously. Her butt's great.
We go keep it flat.
So I actually saw the footage of what Nathan said on day 1 that he wanted to date Brianna, and honestly,
KF
Nathan,
Logan
that sucks,
asks me
man.
to come on stream. Perhaps. What did you want to talk about on stream?
Terrible idea. That would crush him, dude. It was a terrible idea.
Are you trying to betray me, dude?
I was excited to see you too. You said you had seen some on YouTube.
I had.
Which ones? The crazy ones or the good ones?
I saw the one at the school. I thought that was cool.
Hey guys, you're not on a ball in space. The Earth is flat.
That's how you do it right there. I was sharing Flat Earth with the
Yeah.
kids and I got arrested 2 days later.
I thought it was inspiring. I wish I had the flat earth balls to walk up to those kids and hand them flyers like that. I kind of...
You guys remember when Nathan Thompson got arrested for harassing kids at school? Not a great move.
I have a feeling that Nathan might not like me.
Brianna, I know we just got back together,
A
but
Chud
honestly,
Watch
if it's
thing
gonna be
together
like this,
sometime.
flirting with Nathan, I don't really want to
Probably.
be with you. And Nathan, I kind of want to beat your ass. I'm not even sure if I want to go on Glowbusters.
Zinnaby with 20 bits Molotov gives an almost mirror-like finish. Oh, nice.
Can we not go on? I don't want to do this. I have to. This is my job.
It is almost time for Glowbusters. Blake is over there freaking out, and Nathan is nowhere to be seen.
You guys think you're spinning 1,000 miles an hour right now? Anybody? No one thinks you're spinning? That's what they teach your kids in school. That you're on a spinning ball in space. Doesn't make it real.
To me, it seems like Glowbusters might not even be happening anymore.
You guys like having people lying to your children? I don't like people lying to my children. Large bodies of water do not hurt. Only people who feel Earth spin are drunk, right? No? You ever been drunk and felt the Earth spin? Nobody sober feels the Earth spin. It's a flyer about how they're lying to your kids in school. Like with the dinosaurs, those aren't real either.
Nathan's back, and just in time for the Glowbusters podcast.
You know what? I thought about it, and I've come around. I'm ready to do this podcast now.
This is a really big deal. Panel's going to be asking questions to Blake and Ben about their magnet and about their schooling at Harvard.
If they aren't, what is likely to happen?
Oh, we're going to burn them at the stake.
It is complete bullshit. I think I'll be able to figure out the electrical engineer in about 2 seconds.
They've already agreed to come on the panel of Glowbusters. I just don't even understand how that could work in a massive, elaborate production.
I will make them look like fools for as long as I can. Thing in the back of my mind, if they ever try anything, it's gonna not go well over for them. They're gonna be dealt with in the way they get dealt with.
I know one
Welcome,
thing, when
David
you come
Sumek.
on that show, it can't. They're not gonna come on there and troll
I don't know
us.
why they decided to build up the Glowbusters thing so much, because they didn't end up going on the podcast. It's kind of a shame. That would have been funny.
Everyone in the park. I want everyone in the park's attention.
So right as the Glowbusters podcast is starting, a park ranger shows up.
You guys are actually able to express your own opinions. You would absolutely have to go over to the free speech zone.
If freedom of speech has to be done in a certain area, is that freedom of speech?
I'm just doing my job.
That's what the Nazis said, right?
The problem's the megaphone, it's too loud.
It's not the megaphone.
Oh. These park rangers are saying we're not allowed to express our beliefs in this park?
That's the way. Amplified sound. You're amplifying sound.
You have to have a decibel reader. It has to be calibrated, and we have to be doing it for 5 minutes. That's the law.
Actually, never mind. Nathan handled that perfectly. Anyways, it is finally time for us to finally be on our Glowbusters podcast.
Welcome, everybody, to Glowbusters.
We were round earthers, we became flat earthers, and now everyone in the flat earth community that we've come in contact with on the live streams is saying we're fakes, we're frauds, we're pretending, we're fucking with everybody, and that's just not true. We had this electrical circuit, we were on a mountain full of iron. And the cool thing about iron is its outer electron shell has a positive +2 charge is how it naturally sits, which means it ionically bonds with itself and creates these crystal lattice-like structures where all the electrons are shared. So when you put an electrical charge via like our conductors and semiconductors, it flows through, and it's basically the exact same science experiment we all remember doing in like 2nd grade, but with the entire mountain range. Because if we didn't produce that number,
I like that not a single one of the people who are flat earthers here were like, "Hey, that's all nonsense. That didn't mean anything." Honestly, I'm gonna count that towards word salad on the bingo card, even though they're doing it intentionally. I'd say that counts. That's word salad. Let's go to the bingo call sheet. Word salad. Word salad. Yummy, yummy.
we weren't gonna reach the magnetic field. We reached our number at 700,000 gauss. No one inside that area was without a suit.
I heard it and it sounded like lightning, and I thought he was dead.
We were saying entering and exiting. Entrance! And instead of going through, yeah, why don't we take,
God.
For me, that's all the proof you need.
I remember you saying on all
I'm
our
looking great
predictions,
today.
It came down. Well, all your predictions were done on a globe.
Yeah, so we've been testing this for 2.5 years. We've had our friends Corey and Russell helping us. So it always worked on our model until we went to the real model, which isn't a model, our Earth, and it didn't work. I guess you could say it doesn't prove a flat Earth, but it definitely proves that it's not a sphere.
Right. Nice! A lot of people had some questions for Blake and Ben about the authenticity of their experiment, their credentials, if they actually went to Harvard. I think they did an excellent job answering all the questions. Everyone there told me on the side, hey, I'm real impressed with these guys. They seem really cool. I mean, I was going with my gut the whole time.
I'm so proud of Ben and Blake for getting the flat earthers back on their side.
There was three gentlemen here who did a test to try to prove that flat earth is false. And it turns out it's flat, which I already knew this. Then what they have done, I'm ecstatic right now.
If that's all the questions, I'd love to say some interesting stuff. This is Brianna. This is my girlfriend. Yeah, come.
Go see your sugar pie. One of the scientist guys from Harvard. He's been dating his ex for 3 years. She's a flat earther, and he never believed her.
Can we count the experiment as that's not how science works? I don't think so.
Brianna wrong, so that way she would be back.
Because it's a prank. Although, in fairness, the word salad was part of the prank too, but it was actual word salad. They weren't really trying to do science. I don't know.
Right now, and
Where's
if
Flatter?
anybody has changed my life in a positive way and pushed me to do the right thing, it's been my new friend Nathan. And he said, well, why don't you propose?
What?
No way! What? Yeah! What? Get down! Shut up! Get on me! Oh my God!
Oh my God! You see this?
Hannah looks out of the Stephanie Meyer movie, The Host.
And I want to ask you.
Oh my God, they're wearing shirts that say hugs over masks. No, guys. Please, masks. Please wear masks, gosh darn it. There's a video we were going to watch later of Nathan Thompson getting kicked out of a Whole Foods for refusing to wear a mask.
Will you marry me? Will you marry me? True love happened in front of my face.
So heartwarming. Everyone in the audience was just, aww. Excellent ending to the weekend. I fly out to Virginia tomorrow, so what a way to wrap it up.
I just proposed to love my life. She said yes, and it's on TV, so I can remember it forever. I'm a flat earther. Keep it flat! Yeah!
I will pay for your guys' wedding. When does Nathan leave?
He leaves in the morning. Yeah, we need like a minister or something. Like ordained.
They have a flat earth wedding.
Looks like I'm conducting my first wedding ever.
Yes! Looks like we're gonna go marry Ben and Blake. Or not Ben and Blake, sorry.
Argonian Bum, thank you for gifting us up.
Today I'm going to be presiding over my new Flat Earth friends in matrimony. Some friends that we met today who were part of an experiment who were introduced to a bunch of my friends and brought us all together, which brought us to this one. We're outside filming. Filming what? He's asking me questions, interviewing. Oh, all right, cool. All right. For no real reason did I ever enter this.
I hope you guys get married. Dude. Could I be there? You better invite me to your wedding.
I think they're getting married too fast. I've seen a lot of my friends get married very quickly.
About to get married.
Pretty warming to see people accept this as, a reality for them.
Everyone, please.
Peace, everyone.
Okay, the important thing here to remember is the people getting married aren't really getting married because they're not in a relationship at all. This is part of the prank. However, the ordained minister is a real flat earther who is really having them do this stuff. He thinks this is real, and this is what he's having them do for their wedding. Okay?
Can you lay down and symbolize the flatness of the earth?
Lay flat on the ground to symbolize the flatness of the earth. Beautiful.
It's really nice.
Flat Earth is not a cult, though, okay? Don't call it a cult, because that's not okay for some reason. JS Ilgero131, thank you for following, and Mawzone, thank you for following.
Hey, are you guys excited? Yeah.
I have no words.
Or Mozone, whatever it is.
We're here to celebrate the unity of a new birth of togetherness in the flat earth.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Celebrate our wedding. I'm just patching the crap out of this. Let's start all over.
That's okay.
You're doing great. You're doing great. Yeah, that was really great. Today we celebrate the unity of...
Should we have a Flat Earth wedding, asks Baha. Oh god, please no. Wendell Pones, thank you for subscribing with an 8-month streak. Happy New Year, Hanny. Happy New Year to you, too.
Light, stay up, stay up. Today we celebrate the separate
Do you guys all want to come to our wedding?
journeys that brought you together, Blake and Brianna.
Brianna.
Brianna, sorry, I say Brianna. Yeah, Blake and Brianna, gotcha. We usher them toward the new journey they will embark upon as partners. Marriage is not a house or even a tent.
I understand you guys have prepared vows. Would you please share your vows?
Brianna, I remember the day I met you, cleaning up the Jamba Juice razzmatazz off of your body. Ever since that day, I knew that we were meant to be. We've been through our ups and downs. We've been left and right, up and down, forward and... Shut up! Forward and backward, but at the end of the day, I know that the earth is flat and our love will always be flat.
You cry? Don't cry. You're making me cry. Brianna, read your vows to Blake.
Yeah, I think you finally come to your senses. Sorry, that was mean, but I'm glad that we're on the same page here. Earth is flat.
Oh my god.
Daddy Sume says, I'll also fly out to Minnesota for that. I live in Michigan, not Minnesota, so that would be an interesting choice. But if you think you can... Oh, you'll fly to Minnesota for no reason. Cool.
Guess we're ready to,
Wedding attire will be tinfoil casual.
Alright. You repeat after me, Blake?
I love you. I love you. I love you. Oh. You. Oh, I love you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You don't have to repeat every time. Sorry. I threw in my own words in there.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not nervous.
Yeah. Tight.
It's his first time, too.
Yeah, it's my first time.
Wedding.
Yeah. I'm just as nervous.
My first time too. Yeah.
It's my first time. It's your first time?
Officially, yes.
It's everybody's first time. All right, fantastic.
Yeah.
I, Brianna, take you, Blake, to be my husband.
I, Brianna, take you, Blake, to be my husband.
Yeah, hers is on her finger. It's like this.
Tucker White, minister to Hannah and Baja. By the power vested in me by the state of Michigan, I hereby pronounce you. Oh, wait, hang on. Someone just left a big-ass bits message. That XY girl with 20 bits, I think Daddy was referencing the copium guy who thought Minnesota stood for the wrong state.
It is my great pleasure.
Gonna get married beneath a 5G tower. Are they really married now? They don't file any paperwork or anything, so no. Not legally, at least.
Where's the Champagne. There we go. Careful with the cork. Make sure it doesn't hit anyone in the eyeball.
Brianna was pretty good. To take a step like this so rapidly, I can't. She's obviously a tremendous person.
Now you party like it's 1999, you know? Yeah. Congratulations.
Did we already cross the line?
Yeah!
Woo! Possibly overrated. Haven't seen you around before.
Do I think in several hundred years when commercial space travel is a big thing, there'll still be flat earthers? I think there'll be fewer, but maybe.
And in our journey, we found it is not round.
No, me mentioning
I would say my
5G does not count.
With you has definitely been flat.
The things that count when I say them say, like Hannah mentions.
Let's just drink the shots.
Party like it's 99, Nathan says to the kids born 5 years prior to 99.
Retake, just retake.
Keep it flat.
Telling a woman and professing your love is one of the most manly things you can do, even though it makes you vulnerable. I remember how sad you were on Thursday because you guys had just broken up.
Yeah.
And you loved her to death.
Yeah.
So I'm real proud of you, bro. It's good to see you guys together.
Nathan gets drunk and anti-Semitic in this video. Just for a heads up.
Amazon's quick.
What is this? What the?
What is it? Let's see.
Come on. What the fuck is happening?
Where did you get this?
BBC.
BBC.
Oh, dude.
That was pretty good. That was funny.
If you don't want it, you can always sell it.
This puts me to shame, dude.
It does smell good.
Yeah, okay, not used.
We could do that thing we've always wanted to do.
TMI! Time out! TMI! Oh no! Alright.
It's a dildo. It's a blurred dildo.
There's a violinist up here, so we're gonna have our first dance.
And they made a pegging joke. Who knew dildos came in the form of a black sensor bar? They're very popular for television. Or a DP joke, yeah. One of the two.
You know, you run a business, you're a flat earther, we go golfing, you're not bad, and you just marry people. I'm proud of you, bro.
If the Earth's a globe, why are beds like this and not like this?
Good point. Good point. This is either the greatest troll in human history or one of the craziest stories I've ever heard.
Which one do you think it is?
I think it's one of the coolest stories ever been told.
Pradix Blood, thanks for following. Welcome.
Is that table a ball? Dude, no, it's not. Yes. Round and flat. So I know when you guys get to second grade, you'll learn shapes. So something can be round and flat. They're not mutually exclusive.
Nathan is a belligerent drunk, we learn in this video, which doesn't shock me.
Kids over here learn the Earth was flat. You could test it yourself. You don't have to believe me. I run the largest flat Earth research group in human history because I think if they're lying to the kids, that's child abuse.
I noticed a rubber thing over there.
No, they just got married. It was a joke.
The third Archon asks if the Earth is round, how come I'm not falling off? Can't explain that. I know you're joking, but I've literally heard flat Earthers use that as an argument. So...
Who's they?
Oh, here comes the anti-Semitism.
They, you mean they who...
Like, I don't know why they lied to you. They lied to you. So if they hold all the knowledge, they hold all the powers. Guys, you're not allowed to talk about them because it makes you an
Anti-Semite. It's about the Jews.
So, who runs the banks? Small hats. Who runs Hollywood? Small hats.
Is it really?
So guys, I'm not saying that they're all bad people. They're not all in on it. There's a sect called Zionism. They want to control the world. This is the hardest thing to talk about. Because guys, I read their protocols. I can't read it for more than 10 or 15 minutes. It makes me want to throw up. How much they hate everyone and want to rule the world.
Well, how do they rule the world then?
Well, they haven't done their coup yet. I think a coup d'etat is coming, where in one day they flip on everything. They already rule.
So Nathan has hit that point that he was talking about on day one.
People can believe whatever they want.
I would say thinly veiled anti-Semitism on the bingo card, but that wasn't thinly veiled at all. That was just mask off anti-Semitism. So that doesn't count for thinly veiled anti-Semitism because it wasn't veiled at all.
Doesn't make it true, you know? I don't care if I'm the only person on Flat Earth that knows.
Nathan is now the only person in the entire world that knows the real truth because everyone has been brainwashed.
Tucker White says, of course it was so obvious. Round Earth is a conspiracy and it's done by...
Every single person in the world
I'm not reading that, even as a joke.
0 stars on
I don't care. Yell it all you want.
Yeah, we will. No problem. Cool. Yeah, and you're on camera looking like a goofball.
Yeah, Nathan's an angry drunk. That's no fun.
I don't care. I don't want to hear it. How much will I make an hour?
I'm actually sorry. They are crazy. I'm so sorry about that. Pretty much every single person we run into on the streets is just wrong.
See you later, crybaby. Shut the fuck up.
And being confrontational is really the only way that we can show them that they are the wrong ones.
If you're my boss, you better pay me.
This is why he's been arrested several times.
But we need to capture Nathan before he gets arrested.
Let's get him. He got annoying, man, because we were out hanging out and having a good time, and he kicked us out, and we left. Pretty much.
The cool thing about Nathan, though, is no matter how much trouble he gets us in, he always knows how to come back and fully redeem himself.
As excited as I am that I get to go with Brianna on our all-expenses-paid honeymoon, I can't help but be a little sad. This has been a crazy experience, and I just want to say that I think you're genuinely a really good guy, and I just want to say that thanks for fucking the wildest ride ever.
Yeah.
Nathan falling for the protocols of the Elders of Zion. It's not even shocking. Yeah. I know. Earth debunked in one picture.
I'm stupid? Like, do you follow me thinking that I'm just the biggest idiot ever and can't figure out when someone's
Mega
lying
Ship
to me?
1.
Is that why you're here listening to what I say? Because I'm obviously not dumb. You guys have such a unique story because you didn't want it to be flat. Those guys were very intelligent.
Does this count towards Illuminati or Deep State? No.
YouTube,
Being an anti-Semite
People are
and
just
blaming a
speculating.
racial group
They
isn't
weren't
the same
here.
as
They weren't
saying
looking
Deep
anybody in the
State
eyes.
or Illuminati.
Yeah! Flat Earth is just winning all the time.
I know you mean the whole they part. I don't think it counts. Because he was explicit about what the they was, and it was not Illuminati.
Blake are actually Harvard students. They were all hired actors. Your friends were right, we were wrong. The back end was a VCR.
Yeah.
Gosh. It was a VCR, it wasn't a magnet. The toilet paper. We're just like conspiracy theorists, create their own conspiracies, I guess. Yeah, that's what you're saying. Thanks for bringing me out, man.
I didn't know you slackline. Your fucking slackline videos are fucking insane, dude. I got a slackline in my backyard, bro. Look, I got my Vibers on. I literally slackline, dude. But I can't do like flips and shit. Like that's insane, bro.
Since I have my own slackline company, I don't currently sponsor any athletes, but If you want to be my first sponsored athlete, the first competition is in April. If you're down.
What? Where? I'm not very good at slacklining, bro. I'd have to do a little practicing.
Since you're a professional slackliner now.
A slackline is like a tightrope, but instead of being taut, it has some give to it. It's basically tightrope walking competitively, but it's not a tightrope though. It's a different thing. Slackliners would probably be offended by me calling it, but most people know what tightrope walking is, but people don't necessarily know slacklining. So I'm just using it as an example.
You're gonna need a professional slackline. I've sent you the Ben Schneider Pro Trickline model, the best slackline in the entire world, so you can start training before your first competition.
I'm down, bro. That sounds super cool, Ben. I appreciate it. I'll do it.
Oh, sick. Okay, yeah, I'm so happy. Besides that, I didn't really have any other ending for the video. I was just kind of hoping to sponsor you and hope that you would say, I guess now it's not an ending anymore, because now I guess we'll see each other in April at this slackline competition, so.
Yeah, every ending is a new beginning.
So that's the saga of Reckless Ben and Nathan Thompson. Fun stuff. It really is. I can't believe they got Nathan on video going full anti-Semitic. Here's a link to Reckless Ben's channel in the chat. Please go check him out. Seems fun. He has a Scientology series that I gotta get through at some point. Not on stream, because it's not really... I mean, Scientology's interesting in terms of, like, making fun of it, but it's not really conspiracy. I mean, it is if you really want to get into, like, the beliefs and stuff, but it's not something we cover on this show. I'd rather not be attacked by the Church of Scientology. I'll leave that to Ben. Enreath with 20 bits. What a journey Nathan had. And us as well. Snowstorm Fox, 25 bits. I finally get to be Bit Boss. Congrats. Enreath, excuse me, with 20 bits. Nathan would have a slackline in his backyard. And then, yeah, I think we're all caught up. So. Good prank. Good prank. And I normally hate YouTube pranks, but that was a fun one. Good. Okay, let's take a look at the bingo card. And then we'll move on to something completely different. It's not completely different. It's going to be more Nathan Thompson. Let's see. We got word salad and flat earth. I think that might be it. We're not doing thinly veiled anti-Semitism because it wasn't thinly veiled. It was just blatant. Okay, that's what we got so far. So this next bit I'm actually going to do with the camera. Well, the camera will be on. You'll be able to see me, but I'm not going to show the video. You'll be able to hear the audio, but this video involves children, and these children didn't ask to be on camera, so I don't think it's fair of me to show their faces. Nathan Thompson goes and harasses some children. Yet again, this is a recent video. This is from his Facebook page. So let's take a look at Nathan Thompson getting dunked on by some kids.
Flyer? Who else wants a flyer?
I gotta say some. Earth is round.
Yeah, so are pizzas.
Yeah, and pennies.
They're literally in a neighborhood. You can't see this, but they're in, like, a neighborhood, and they're stopping and going up to children who look between, I don't know, 6 and 12 and going, hey, you guys want some flyers? Come up to my car.
Hey.
No.
No, it's not round.
Pass them out.
Quarters aren't round.
No.
Yeah, they are.
I'm being recorded with you right now.
And I'm just.
You're saying quarters aren't round. What about car tires? Are tires round?
No, they're filled with air.
Also, the oldest kid, who looks to be maybe 12, is wearing a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure hoodie, which I respect.
Yeah, and they're contained. The air is contained. If you pop the tire, the air would go out, right? Yeah. So what contains the air in the atmosphere?
Yeah, how does it hold it?
You think it's space? No.
I'm not going to show you guys the video because I guess I could have downloaded the video and figured out a way to blur out the kids' faces, but I'm lazy, so I'm not going to do that. You just have to listen to it. I don't want to show these kids' faces. It's not their fault.
Flat?
Yeah, Earth's flat.
No,
it's domes.
What happens if you go to Antarctica and accidentally slip? Then how come people from space say it's round?
Well, space is fake. Those people are lying and stealing money.
Wait, I got
They've been caught, guys. There's thousands of videos with wires and green
And when
screen.
they fall, sometimes gravity kicks in from the zero-G plane. They practice in and do it.
don't even know what that is.
I respect it, but also say anime is trash. Make up your mind, Hannah. Is anime trash or not? I can respect trash. I respect myself sometimes, and I'm trash, so I'm being completely internally consistent.
Yeah, we all have one brain cell here. No,
No, I don't think so. I think you're all very intelligent. God gave you a working mind.
I was 37 till I figured it out.
He's 37.
I was 37 when I figured it out.
What's up? What's the question?
Do y'all go on Google Maps or do you look at paper?
Google Maps was created by the CIA.
Yeah, they're gonna make us bend, do whatever they want.
But also, if you take the ball on Google Maps and you pull one side to the other side, you don't rotate the ball 180 degrees. You have to do it like 2 or 3 times to get to the other side of the ball. So it's not even a ball on Google Maps.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Explain to me this then. When people, when
Wait, hold on. I gotta
when people
show
were
a
coming from
picture.
China to Alaska, how did that work if the Earth was flat? They'd fall off the other side because they were going this way, not called gravity. This?
No.
They were
just
going
swinging
this way,
around a
they were
dinner
going this
plate.
way.
No.
Multiple telling me I'm not trash. Thank you. I was just joking.
From China to Alaska, there's no edge or anything. You don't fall off the edge.
Okay, sure.
It might go on forever.
Here,
it might be
I
a
got
wall.
you. I got you. I'm just gonna show you this.
All right, cool.
Are y'all
Okay.
seeing stars?
Are y'all posting
Are y'all
that video on
okay?
YouTube? This is what I think.
No, they deleted my YouTube. Okay.
One of the kids walked up with their phone and said, "This is what I think," and it's literally just a picture of the Earth from space.
Okay, so but if that's what you think Earth is, that means that South America and North America are half the planet, right?
Yep, look at that.
So that means that on the other side of that planet, there has to be Asia, Europe, Africa, Australia, the Indian Ocean. You see what I'm saying? Antarctica. You can't have 7 countries or 6 continents on the other side
And NASA
of that ball.
They Photoshop it. They add in
You
clouds.
see what I'm saying? There's too much
clouds,
missing
all
land.
kind of
There's
stuff.
too much missing land.
Yeah, but isn't like 75% of the Earth like water?
Yeah, flat water. That's our
It
argument.
doesn't curve.
I like that the kids are beating Nathan. Nathan's life has been ruined this year. He lost his Facebook group. He lost his YouTube channel. He got outed as an anti-Semite in the Reckless Ben prank videos. His career as a flat earther is effectively over. And here, in the last week of 2020, he finds himself stopped in his car in the middle of the street arguing with literal children. This is what Nathan has fallen to. And it's kind of like beautiful. 2020 hit Nathan like the rest of us. I think 2020 hit Nathan worse than the rest of us. Have you ever been roasted by children? It stings. When I was a child, yes. Not since then, though. I tend not to interact with children when I can help it. And Wreath, with 30 bits, I literally just lost my shit. Flat earthers believe the earth is like a coin, and instead of falling off, you flip over to Asia?
Flat water.
Yeah, water's flat.
Do you have any white powder in your car?
No, I don't.
Have you ever had a child accuse you of being a cokehead? Nathan has.
I don't take drugs.
Yeah, no drugs. That's bad for you.
I've been testing Earth for 5 years, guys.
Have you ever been to space?
Let this guy get by. No, space is fake.
Space is fake. I think you need to gain 1 brain cell to know what the Earth is.
Yeah, I got 1 brain cell and I already know that my brain is round.
You have 1 brain cell and you know your brain is round.
I probably know why you think the Earth is flat. Because if the Earth is round, then we would be spinning pretty much.
If Earth is
Yeah, do you
flat,
feel like
No,
you're
the
spinning?
Earth isn't spinning.
Do you feel like you're spinning?
Hey, if Earth is flat like a sheet of paper,
We got people.
What? Hey, hear me out. What if a fat guy jumps into a swimming pool? Will he fall through?
No.
No.
Then how do you think it goes
Yeah, how
from
come
day and night?
gravity doesn't grab him and pull him underneath
Does
the
the
water?
Earth not move?
Because it's buoyancy then.
Yeah. How come gravity doesn't pull fat people underwater? They float.
Yeah. It's called
Yeah.
buoyancy force.
It's called.
Yeah,
Oh, it's a force?
Yeah.
So there's a force going up. There's a force going down. Did you know main?
There can be multiple forces, Nathan. What don't you understand?
Extreme science says gravity is not a force.
Professional retard. The friction is.
Friction has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Still. I'm in seventh grade. I think I know more than these guys.
Centrifugal force is a force. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about, guys. We're talking about fat people floating in a pool.
Hey, these guys. These guys. These guys. So pretty much, you think if we were upside down right now, we would literally be.
You would feel it, right? I mean, you're not an ant or a spider that walks upside down, or spider pig on the ceiling, right?
Yeah.
Spider pig.
I think we're upside down right now.
Does whatever a spider pig does.
When did the Simpsons movie come out? Is it older than these kids? Yeah, this movie came out in 2007. The Simpsons movie is probably older than these kids. They do not get a Spider Pig reference.
Yeah.
Nope, I don't think we're upside down. You have a good one, brother. Smart kids, dude.
That was a trip.
Oh, those kids. Those kids just verbally smacked down a grown man. I don't like kids. I kind of like those kids. That was fun. Okay.
Because everybody...
Hey, here's, now that the kids are gone, I can put the video back up. Nathan getting kicked out of a Whole Foods for not wearing a mask.
Yes, it is. You're actually correct.
Yeah, and we weren't allowed.
I have people that would disagree with that.
And I wish I was recording. That's great.
Like, nobody's looking at...
Gentlemen.
Daniel.
Gentlemen,
Daniel, come here. I know Daniel.
I do.
Let's ask him, yeah. I'm sure you do. You work here.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Daniel, you were just here. Did you see us being loud or causing a problem? He's saying we were being loud and causing a problem. You were here when we were waiting for him. Yeah, you weren't paying attention because we weren't being loud, right? I mean, if we were causing a scene, you probably would have noticed us causing a scene, right? He's saying we can't buy our groceries, can't get our food.
We're not causing a scene. Are we causing a scene? I love it. I love it when people do that.
We came here to do the temperature check. Now he's kicking me out. And he said we were causing a scene. You know I wasn't, dude. You know? Yeah, that's fine. But you should tell him that I'm a customer. I come every 3 days, and I wasn't causing a scene, dude.
See you guys standing here waiting. So they're probably curious what we're doing.
Guys, gentlemen, have a great day. Thank you so much.
I'm gonna shop, dude. Let's get what we want, dude, and we'll get out of here.
Yeah, should be recording this.
Hold on, he goes on. He just ignores the manager and decides to continue shopping even though they've made it clear that he's not welcome in the store because he's refusing to wear a mask. Probably a Lannister with 20 bits. Nathan trying to appeal to these kids because he's losing is so cringe. How do you do, fellow kids? Spider Pig disapproves globe Earth. And that XY girl with 20 bits. F customers who try and involve essential workers in their drama. Yeah. Something interesting, and I don't think I've heard other people talk about this because it's just my like pet hypothesis on why so many people like Nathan Thompson are freaking out in terms of mask mandates and being told by stores and stuff that you have to wear a mask, and then basically losing it like this and just ignoring the people in charge of the store and trying to brute force their way through this. The internet has fostered a community of people who, no matter how crazy and stupid their opinion is and non-evidence-based, Basically, they've been able to find a community somewhere online where other people will agree with them. People like Nathan have been able to find flat earth communities in an extreme example of this. So, in the real world, you aren't usually confronted with other people if you're an adult. You don't have to, you know what I mean? There aren't a lot of rules as far as it goes. As long as you're not stealing and murdering people, people will mostly leave you alone. But then this year, all of a sudden, science becomes very relevant, and listening to medical professionals becomes very relevant in a matter of public policy because of a disease that's spreading, and all of a sudden, for the first time since these people have been children, they're no longer being coddled by online communities that agree with them on everything. Instead, they actually have to be confronted by authorities, whether we're talking about government officials or private individuals working for corporations, telling them no, your stupid opinion doesn't matter here. F you, put a mask on or leave. This is the first time in their adult lives, I think, since the internet came around that they've had to be confronted with this sort of thing. Being told no, basically. It's very interesting, and I really want someone to study it, because I think it's worth looking into. I think these people have been told yes so often by the internet, and they've been no consequences for being wrong, that they don't know what to do in this situation.
They're trying to kick me out, just so you know. They're trying to kick me out. I passed the temperature check. Yeah, I checked too. And he don't even want to check mine. You can't ring this gentleman up. You have referred to my team members as Nazis?
No. She said I'm just doing my job, and I said that's what the Nazis said.
Gentlemen.
I didn't call her a Nazi, I just compared her to a Nazi. Very different.
Yeah,
that's how it started.
Gentlemen, please have a wonderful day.
We would love to, but we can't buy no products here.
Yeah, you're kicking us out after I did the temperature check like you asked.
And you seen he was fine, and you didn't even want to check mine.
That's correct. Gentlemen, have a wonderful day.
Well, we would like to, but now we can't.
Gentlemen, have a wonderful day.
So I can't pay for the groceries?
That's correct.
Even though I did your temperature check?
That's correct.
And I read the questions just like you asked?
You did not read the questions just like I asked, number one.
I didn't read them verbatim, word for word. You didn't ask me to do that.
You can't refer to my team members as Nazis.
I didn't call them Nazis,
yes,
sir. I told you that's what the Nazis were doing, Jennifer.
Are
you going to tell them? Are you going to tell them? Are you going to tell them that I called you a Nazi? Are you going to lie?
You know,
are you going to lie and say I called you a Nazi?
It's gone forever. Our grandchildren will not be able to
Are you lying?
Central Committee.
Are you going to lie to your boss?
Stop this. It's going to
Because I never called you a Nazi. You know that. I never called you a Nazi.
There's more than one person that can say you did.
I said this is what the Nazis said.
Really wait for us to wait. That's their job.
Yeah. No problem, dude. See you guys later. We'll wait outside.
He is such a jackass. Oh, Nathan, will you ever learn your lesson? Please learn. I really love stuff with 20 bits. Ooh, I gotta, hold on, I gotta take off this vest, because the vest, I'm dying. I'm absolutely dying with all the tinfoil stuff. I don't know if you guys know this. Tinfoil and reflective material makes things warm. That's why, it's a good, I don't know, conductor, insulator? It's a good insulator. That's the word I'm thinking of. I think. I don't know. That's why you put a baked potato in one, you know? I'm feeling like a baked potato. Lily loves stuff. Why is Nathan temperature checking at Whole Foods? I wish someone would have tried with me at my retail days. We were known for not effing around and kicking people out for just being dicks. Antipodian Squid with 100 bits. Look at that spectacularly shiny new armor against them. Oh wait, I'm the them. Shit. But you look awesome. Thank you. Baja Blast got it for me for Christmas. Tucker White 94 in cursive says, yes, film your entire shopping routine. Don't cut out the parts between your arguments. Stone Corbell with 20 bits. I was just thinking earlier that the last 100 years or so have been a slow progression of the rest of humanity gaining the confidence to tell straight cis white men to shut up. And then Tucker White 94. By the way, is invokes Nazis not a space on the board? It's not. Why isn't it? That's a good question. I didn't make the bingo board, actually, so... And then Tucker White. I know it's Tinfoil Tuesday, but this might interest y'all. Colorado reports first known U.S. case of new coronavirus strain believed to be more contagious, less severe. Okay, what are we gonna do next? Okay, let's do the Paul McCartney one for a change of pace. Let me get this on first, though. Let me see if I can... I'm an adult. I definitely can put a jacket on. Where is the thing? Hold on. There we go. I'm good. I am an adult. I don't need an adult. I'm very adult, okay? I do adult things. I pay bills. I look at stock reports. What do adults do? I don't know adult things. I know silly outfits. That's about it. Okay. So we do a lot of conspiracy theories on this show. We do aliens and we do reptoids and we do flat earthers, but this is an interesting one. Have you heard this idea that Paul McCartney was replaced by an imposter because the original Paul McCartney died? This one's gonna be fun. So let's take a listen. Oh, hold on.
There's nothing funny about the
okay.
tools of capital. Nothing is real.
Excuse me, I've got to say hello to my friends.
Hello. Batty Bell, thanks for gifting a sub.
We're gonna go on in.
She definitely wasn't saying Billy. She either said mate or something else, but it didn't sound like Billy. You have heard this one? People have heard about it.
Presenting the Beatles, it's what's left, I'm afraid. But it's what's left, I'm afraid. But we all loved him so much, and we all loved Paul very much.
Yeah, toward the end of the 60s, is that when the rumors about you being dead surfaced? Do you remember that? Do you remember remember how that started? What were your feelings about that?
What happened? Yeah, my feeling. Yeah, no, what happened was we did a cover for a record called Abbey Road, and we... Even the cover gets applause.
Hold on. So here's the thing. Abbey Road on the cover, it's a famous cover. I think everyone's seen this at one time or another. There are a bunch of takes of this. It's very interesting. You can actually look at some of the photos they didn't use. They happened to shoot a bunch of photos, and this is the one they picked for the album cover. Good choice. You'll notice, on the cover, the only person not wearing shoes is Paul. Now, conspiracy theorists started believing around this time that this was indicative that at some point Paul McCartney had died in a car accident, and that he was replaced by a look-alike in order to keep the Beatles going because they were the most successful band in the world. This also included some of those, you know when people used to use actual vinyl records that weren't hipsters, and they'd take the records and play them backwards and think that there was satanic messaging? I think they called it backmasking. People would play some of the Beatles songs backwards and they thought it said things like Paul is dead. Bunch of crazy stuff. My favorite thing about this conspiracy theory, of course it's not true, but my favorite thing about it is if it were true, the Paul McCartney lookalike would have a much more prolific and successful career than original Paul at this point. Right? Because, like, fake Paul McCartney would have started Wings and, like, had some of his greatest hits. Whereas, like, original Paul would have died before, like, Sgt. Pepper and a whole lot of shit. So, honestly, replacement Paul, good choice. What a great musician. They made a really, really good choice with that fake Paul McCartney, huh?
So, yeah, and the idea was to walk across the crossing. And I showed up that day with sandals, flip-flops. And so it was so hot that I kicked them off and walked across barefooted. So this started some rumor that because he was barefooted, he's dead.
Oh, they're gonna do the backmasking thing.
And what do you? How do you manage something like that? Because it was a global rumor.
You know, but it was a little bit strange because people did start looking at me like,
right.
Is it him or a very good double?
Well, that was the idea. That was the other part of it, that there was a guy who looked like you taking your place.
No, well, this is him.
Yeah.
You know, well, this is him.
Did this conspiracy theorist just use Paul McCartney joking about it to prove that it's true? Oh. I swear, half of conspiracy theorists are just like Drax from Guardians of the Galaxy, and they take everything literally, and that's like half the problem why they think these conspiracies are true. Yeah, people look different when they age, but it's still clearly Paul McCartney. It's just a Paul McCartney that's older with a mustache. Always with the They Live references. Guys, They Live was a movie about capitalism and how capitalism is bad. It was not a movie about conspiracy theories the way these people use them. And it certainly wasn't a movie about Paul from the Beatles being dead. This guy is Patreon. Oh no. Oh, 158 Patreons for this guy. Ugh. Okay. So that's Paul's dead. Surprise, Paul's not dead. He's one of the only Beatles who isn't dead, in fact. Anyway. Lily loves stuff with 20 bits. This literally started out as a joke in college newspapers in Iowa. It's honestly kind of hilarious. Enreath with 20 bits. Some track played backwards say Paul is dead or something, yeah. 12 a.m. coffee with 20 bits. Don't mock my vinyl collection. I have some vinyls. I have a record player. I'm just, you know, giving it shit. Frizzlord, thank you for following. And Lily loves stuff with 20 bits. Shit, looks like I need to start conspiracy theory grifting. Yeah. Ringo is alive. Yeah, but it's Ringo, so. Of course, Ringo will be the last one standing. Ringo will be the last one standing. Mark my words. Okay? But Hannah, have you ever seen Paul? Maybe it's CGI. True. He's definitely CGI. Poor Ringo. I forget when this was said, but basically they asked the Beatles, they were like, do you think Ringo is the best drummer in the world? And I forget which one said it, if it was Paul or John, but one of them said, best drummer in the world? He's not even the best drummer in the Beatles. It was John. That sounds like a John Lennon thing to say. He was kind of an asshole. The peak of Ringo Starr was Thomas and Friends. Okay. Lily loves stuff. Hey, Ringo created Shining Time Station with George Carlin. He's the best Beatle. Okay, if you say so. Okay, let's see what else we got that we can watch. There's a cleanse. We could do a little cleanse.
That was crackers. And I gave him a bowl of water. It's better than nothing, though. Tomorrow I'll bring him some. At that point, like, I really did not like cats. They were too sneaky for me. I wouldn't go over friends' house if they had cats. But the way he looked at me was just, it just touched me. I would feed him every morning and in the evening, and even on my off days, drive up twice a day to feed him, sit and talk to him. Waiting on Daddy. And guess what?
Spurious symbology on the bingo card. Yeah, for the Paul one.
And I say on about day 45, I was able to finally touch him. Oh my goodness, he's starting to trust me now. And once I did, that was it. He just did something to me. Once I rescued Henry and brought him home and that compassion was lit in me, it's like I would just go to a random store and I would notice these cats hanging around the dumpster. So I would go in my car and get them some bowls and put some cat food and water out. The very next day I'm coming back to that location. They expect me.
Hey, sissy. You ready? I know you ready, baby. Daddy back hurt, but I'm still here, okay?
So I feed 18 cat colonies. Takes about 3.5 hours, but I tell a lot of people, these animals out here that have no home, they're sick, they're looking for food and water, they have it hard enough. So that's why I'm out here 7 days a week trying to save as many as I can.
Man, it's 12:26, and what I see, this little kid.
I've now trapped over 600 cats and gotten them fixed and found homes for 123 of them. 28 dogs, 2 alpacas, an emu, and a tarantula.
What?
That's why I took on the name Black Noah, because I saved pretty much every creature. The
What a great
hardest part
guy,
to me
yeah.
is fosters. If I had a place to where I could take them...
How do you find an alpaca? Where did he find an alpaca?
Now it's to the point to where if I see an animal that's out or in need, I have to stop and help. When I first got the call about Patches, he was tied up.
I'm not gonna mess with you. I know. It's okay.
When I first laid eyes on him, my heart was just broken. I mean, he had the saddest eyes. He was just a broken spirit. But he taught me, even being abused and neglected and abandoned, that you can still trust. And I apply that in life. The only thing that keeps me going to make me do this day in, day out, even when I'm tired, I'm sick. I want to get as many cats and dogs off of the streets and into homes as I can. I've saved so many, and I know I've got a lot of more work to do to save many more, so that keeps me going.
Hey, little babies. Look like my little baby who started the whole mission, Henry.
Cute. Good for that guy. That's a lot of work. Let's do this guy. We haven't looked at him in a while. CC, I don't know his real name. Another flat earther, anti-vaxxer, thinks COVID is a hoax. Basically, the whole package in terms of conspiracy theorists. Let's see what he has to say. This video is about, this is Merry Christmas on our flat earth.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be. CC here, Chris, from New York, Westchester County. It's December 24th, 2020. Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve. Let's take a look at and reflect back at the year we just had. In January, everything was hunky-dory, wasn't it? Oh, it was beautiful. Lots of fun.
I'm concerned because I guess I was just thinking about this. This guy's a COVID denier, among other things. But also, we've seen him at his work before. He works as a transportation driver, I think for people who use wheelchairs, right? So he's basically a form of transit for people who are potentially vulnerable in terms of some of them are going to be old age people. They're going to have, how do I put this? They're going to be people who are vulnerable to COVID if they were to get it. And he's driving them around, and I'm wondering, does he wear a mask? Even if he does wear a mask, he's probably not wearing a mask in his personal life, which is probably going to expose him more likely to COVID. Ah, yikes.
We had lots of fun in January. We saw a virus that was perhaps possibly coming here. A little sidebar though. I do want to slip in a note and say, I told my significant other that it was going to hit New York and it was going to run through this country like you wouldn't believe. But nobody listened to me. Anyway, so January comes along and
Genius figures out that viruses spread quickly in cities. Give this man a medal.
Everything's hunky-dory, everybody's having a good time, taking shots, drinking, partying with a buddy. February, lockdown. March, Irish parade, done. Finished in the city. We're not having it. Didn't have it in Yonkers, didn't have it in Tarrytown, didn't have it in Scarsdale.
Yeah, we're in the middle of a global pandemic. You don't get to have big gatherings. It's not a good idea. It's the reason this has gone on for so long and it's gotten so out of hand in the US. Look at compared, like, per capita transmission rates between someplace like Japan or someplace like America, right? We're crazy bad at this because Americans are a bunch of entitled assholes who want to go around and be like, you can't tell me to wear a mask, I have freedom, and then they cough all over the groceries. It doesn't help that it became a partisan issue because of our stupid, stupid president.
God. And that's when hell began for all of us. At least also for me, too, because I was working, and I still am, twice as much as I'm doing that it should be doing. And getting paid the same thing. Oh, man. So people, you know, okay, and all right. So and then it gets progressively worse after that, you know. COVID, oh, everything COVID, deaths, cases. Everything just gets so bad.
Yeah, it's almost like the United States federal government should have done sweeping changes to either do a national lockdown or a national mask mandate, or at least communicating better with the population about what they should be doing, but instead, that didn't happen. Instead, it became a partisan issue because Donald Trump is a douche, a narcissistic douchebag. Let's see what we're up to. U.S. COVID deaths. That's always fun to check in on, isn't it? 336,000 deaths so far. Hooray! USA! 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 USA!
Scares the shit out of everybody. Sorry, I'm still getting used to this thing. Anyway, this has driver assist on it, so it like drives itself. I don't even have to put my hands on the steering wheel right now.
Oh god, no, you're really not supposed to be doing that. I don't know if he's driving, I know Tesla has something similar, but you're still supposed to have your hands on the wheel, right? You still have to be paying attention. Your car is not self-driving. Just because it can drive for a little bit, you're not supposed to not be paying attention. You're not supposed to be filming a video while you drive because you think the car's gonna be fine, especially considering it's snowing out based on what's outside of your windows, and driver assist features aren't the best when dealing with slippery roads. Ah.
That's new, because these cameras up here, whatever. Anyway, so, deaths, you know, everything, you know, anything you could possibly imagine they're throwing on the plate at such a high rate of time right now. Now it's just deaths. Not deaths, it's just cases. Now, no deaths. They're not talking about deaths anymore because we all know why.
They talk about deaths. What are you talking about? Again, I just looked at it. 336,000 dead people. That's terrible.
And they're just doing cases because they can make up cases left and right. It's very easy. It's just how the presidency went, you know? Same thing. But remember, they're all puppets. Doesn't make a difference who wins, you know?
that's completely contradictory. If you're buying into bullshit election fraud claims, but you also think it doesn't matter who's in power because they're all puppets, then what would the point be of faking an election? What would the point be of stealing an election if they're all secretly on the same side? Conspiracy theorists will get so tied up in knots that they will contradict themselves within the space of a single breath. It's absolutely mind-bogglingly stupid.
He or she, or whoever it may be. Because remember, we might eventually have a woman president. And as a matter of fact, I think it might be leading up to that right now. We might have one sooner than you think. What a joke. They get this guy in. I mean, really, this is going to be such a hysterical year. I can't tell you how much fun we're going to have with this year. You know, I can't. Anyway, it should be interesting. So stick around, guys. We're going to have a little fun with this, with the new presidency. Hello, you want to play some bets? Let's play some bets. How long do you think he's going to last? I'm going to say 1 year. Oh, we got to get one of the numbers going. 1 point. Oh, no, you know what? No, that's too long. I'm going to say 1.3 years. That's my bet. 1.3 years, and then that's it. You know?
Honestly, it's tough to say because, I mean, Biden's really, really old, right? He's old. He's too old to be the president, in my opinion. I thought the same thing about Donald Trump. Honestly, even though I love Bernie and I voted for Bernie, he's also too old. The geriocracy we live in is kind of ridiculous. But either way, it's hard to tell because sometimes people who, you know, are old just die quite unexpectedly. But, like, Biden's going to have access to the best healthcare on the planet, and he's going to be constantly monitored. I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me if he lasted all 4 years, but also if he died tomorrow in his sleep, it wouldn't surprise me either. He's quite old. That's the problem with having leadership that's ancient. You're going to run that risk, but either way, then Kamala will become president, and I'm sure the right wing would freak out about it, which would be a little funny. Either way, it's whatever. I don't really care. I'm not a big fan of Biden anyway.
And he might get impeached. Who knows? Who cares? It's another soap opera, and that's why I didn't vote. And that's why I'll never vote, because it's bullshit. You're wasting your time. You don't have any choices. Okay, back to what I was originally talking about. All right, so shut down in New York City. Don't worry, it's just going to be for a month. You know, maybe, I don't know, 6 weeks.
People didn't listen, which is why it didn't work. The reason that we're continually having to go into lockdown is because stupid people like you don't take any of this seriously, and you decide to go out anyway. You decide to go out without masks. You decide to go to parties. You decide to visit relatives. You become vectors for transmission, and it just elongates all of this for everyone. Other countries where this has already been under control, places like New Zealand, they're doing pretty well. Other places are doing relatively well. They got it under control. They're, like, getting back to normal. But the United States is still going to be a while, because at this point we're basically hinging it entirely on the vaccine, because apparently a huge piece of the American population is completely incapable of doing anything slightly inconvenient to help other people, because they're just super mad when someone suggests, hey, maybe take some precautions. Don't go outside if you don't have to. If you do have to, wear this mask. It's PPE. Doctors have been wearing them for decades and decades and decades. Just wear them occasionally. Wear them when you go outside all the time. It's fine. It's not a big deal. And then all the idiots are like, no, I'm not. It's the deep state. It's the liberty. It's frustrating. It's beyond frustrating.
Ops, wear your face mask. Don't worry, just for 6 weeks, you know, do us a favor.
If Joe Biden gets COVID, you doubt he'll make it. Trump made it, and Trump is less healthy than Biden. Biden would also get flown to Walter Reed and got an infusion of, you know, the antibody stuff, so I think he'd probably be fine. But again, it's hard to tell. You know, I'm not a doctor, and also medical stuff can just go weird ways. Who knows?
One ask, wear a mask. That's that little thing, the digital board that goes through. Yeah, you see on the highway. That's beautiful. That's the minute you get into Westchester County. It says that. Like a child. That's what you're treated like as a child. And that's what they want because you're basically all children. You don't know anything. You don't know anything that a doctor would know. You don't have any common sense at all to know.
Doctors are telling people to wear masks, which is why you listen to experts on subjects like this. You, on the other hand, are directly going against the advice of doctors and then getting mad at other people for following the advice of doctors while also criticize them for what you just said. Oh, you think you're as smart as doctors? No, which is why I'm listening to doctors. Why do you think you're smarter than a doctor and going against the advice of the entire medical community?
That nothing would protect you from something that is airborne and rampant through the sky, through the air. Nothing. And I was going to kick in and say maybe the NASA spacesuit might work, but we've all seen the new spacesuits that are out there. They look like your common jumpsuit that you go to your go jogging with. I mean, look at these pathetic things.
He's talking about the SpaceX spacesuits, which look pretty cool. I'm not a fan of Elon Musk. I hate Elon Musk, but I don't have a problem with the people who work at SpaceX. I think SpaceX is a cool thing. I think the spacesuits are pretty sweet, and I'm sure they took millions and millions of dollars to develop. Like, it's cool that they were able to make them look like this and still do their jobs appropriately. Now, these are not the EVA suits, so the EVA suits are still quite bulky. These are just the ones that they wear when they're actually taking off and sort of on their way to the International Space Station. But, yeah, they're cool. Saying that you think they look like jumpsuits or whatever, I think just goes to the point that they did a good job engineering them in a way that makes them look relatively natural and less bulky than previous generations of the same thing.
I think these things are fucking airtight. Good luck.
Tell you why I hate Elon. Elon is a huge piece of shit. He is a narcissist. He thinks he knows better than everyone. He bought into his own bullshit where he thinks he's like, he thinks he's a real-life Tony Stark. He thinks he's smarter than people. He's said a lot of really ridiculous things about COVID on Twitter, which spread to his followers who think he's a genius. He pretends like he's an engineer when he's not. He, again, is a billionaire, which I just find morally repugnant in the first place. On top of that, again, he takes credit for the work of the people at SpaceX and Tesla. He lies about the features of, like, Teslas and stuff that are coming up about, like, full self-driving and all sorts of stuff that's very dangerous. Lies about the Hyperloop. I don't know. He's just a big old grifter. And his family owns emerald mines in South Africa. So that's not cool either. Elon Musk is a scumbag.
Him in an airtight locker. I want to see those new ones that SpaceX has. Put that guy in a nice air.
Oh, also union busting, and he just doesn't care for workers' rights in general. He's a big old douche.
Airtight locker and take all the air out, and let's see what happens to him. It should work. It's a spacesuit. Where's the air? Where are the tanks? You know, the thing isn't even connected to the suit, for crying out loud. Have they gotten that bad? I mean, really, have they gotten that bad where they just don't give a shit anymore? They're not hiding dick. You know, look at all the pictures. Look at all the nonsense. There's no crater mark. I mean, on the Apollo 11 picture, the light is shifting in 15 different ways. I mean, you can see multiple lights that are obviously on them. That doesn't happen with one source of light. Nothing. I get nothing from these train wrecks. Nothing. Their face just glazes over. And then when you get into flat Earth, and forget about the NASA lies. I mean, why would they lie? But because the Earth is flat, that's why there is no space. But then they glaze over again. And God forbid if you even bring up the diameter of the Earth, or what actually the curvature is. Then you've lost them. You're going too fast. Baby steps, baby steps. All right, concentrate on NASA. You know, get on NASA and then maybe start going into flat Earth. But first study the pictures. You know, look at the pictures. Look at the picture of Earth. Why didn't they take one for 50 years? And they were there.
What? We have literally thousands of photos of the Earth from space. What are you talking about?
And with all these rockets supposedly going up in the sky, not a single picture? Nah, why would you?
Real pictures of Earth from space. Look at all these pictures of Earth from space. Some of them are CG, but most of them are not. Like, seriously? You could just Google pictures of Earth from space. There's one. 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 Flat Earth. You get it. Like, you can go Google this. It takes 5 seconds.
We've already seen it. You know, it's just like...
Yeah, and here's a live stream of the ISS. Oh, they're doing a spacewalk. Sweet. I wonder what they're doing. I probably wouldn't understand even if it was explained to me what they're doing, to be honest. And the funny thing is, like, they have safety wires on, right, to keep them attached to the ISS and to be able to move around easily. I would imagine a flat earther would look at this and go, look, you can see the wires! Like, yeah, the wires are not meant to be hidden. They're there for them to maneuver around the space station. Look at that. Ooh, look at that curve. That is cool.
That's right,
it's very cool.
Propaganda.
Very neat.
The most important thing in the world, you know, to everybody bouncing around over here who thinks they're living on a fucking wet ball. Should be the most important thing in the world. They should be writing letters to NASA requesting pictures once a month. A revolution with the clouds moving at the same time. Something to feed the rats. Oh man, it really is. So reminisce about this year, all right? Because it's been a disaster for everyone. And I'm gonna get serious because you're talking small businesses out the window. Walmart, Kmart, all the big box stores open. Come on in, don't worry about it. Have a cup of Starbucks, you know, don't worry about it.
Grocery stores are open because they're considered essential because people need groceries. Walmart also happens to be a department store, so you can get other stuff there too, but if they didn't sell groceries, they probably would be closed during, you know, lockdowns, but they have groceries, so they're considered essential. And we can talk about, you know, skews toward big business in, like, spending bills and lockdowns and stuff, and I would tend to agree with you on that, which is why I think the government should be giving assistance not to large corporations, but to individuals through stimulus checks, but also small businesses and making sure they are going to actual small businesses instead of, like, Donald Trump getting some or Joel Osteen getting millions of dollars for his church, right? I would agree with you. That doesn't change the fact that businesses still need to be closed right now in many places. We probably need to do a national lockdown to really try and curb this while the vaccine is being distributed. I don't know. Whatever doctors think is the appropriate course of action. How about that?
Everything's fine.
And disease experts, specifically at the CDC.
Hi, get a cup of coffee. Everything's good in those places. But if you're a small business, once again, you're done. You're finished. You know, and that's really how it's been for everybody this year. And now they're talking about another stimulus package. Trump is going to come in and say, okay, we're going to give them $2,000. We gave them $1,000 last time. So we're in the second lockdown, and they're hurting even more because now they're actually 100% going to lose their business. So let's give them another $1,000. And what the fuck is that going to do? Is that going to put food on the table for the restaurant owner who has 3 kids? No, it's going to do dick. And actually, the people that qualify are the only ones who, you know, are people who are working. That makes sense. Meanwhile, all this money's going to other countries. All this money's going funding colleges. Colleges? Are you kidding me? They're not even in school, for crying out loud. They're not even paying. I mean,
schools are still a thing. They're just often online. But even places like Michigan State University, I know they're opening in person soonish, which is not a great idea. But yeah, schools are still operating. They're just doing it mostly online.
Teachers, I really, what is this? I mean, has the world gone to shit overnight? It sure as hell looks like it to me. And then somebody came up to me, you know, I had a brief conversation about politics with somebody. He's like, you know what we should do? We should sue all the politicians. You know, if we're not getting paid, they don't get paid. Yeah, that's great. But the way it's set up is they always get paid. That's how it's been set up for the people who are in office. You can't touch them. They're untouchable. That's how bad it is. You see, they've become too powerful, you know? I mean, look, they're puppets. I understand that. But still, they're the ones who are telling you that you can't have people in your restaurant. You can't, you know, you just
There are a lot of reasons to hate politicians and hate the status quo as it stands. I would agree with you for different reasons, probably. But no, you should not be having people in your restaurant right now. Sorry, I know that sucks. But no! You should not become an epicenter for the spread of a disease that is killing people, and even if it doesn't kill them, it is, like, hurting them for the rest of their life. Bad idea.
Fitted your entire restaurant. You got HEPA filters. You put a tent outside. You got a Bunsen burner, whatever the fuck that thing is, that people are huddled around in this bubble. The bubble boy. There you go. You think that's fun, going out to eat dinner, sitting in a bubble by a Bunsen furnace?
Okay, so he's not even mad about restaurants not being open. He's specifically talking about a restaurant by him which is open but is doing only outdoor dining. And restaurants, by the way, can still do takeout. I've been doing a lot of takeout. You can still go get food from restaurants. You just order it over the phone or online or do DoorDash or Uber Eats or whatever.
You know, and eating dinner, that's nice to you? No, it's bullshit. Complete nonsense. You know, so you know, the restaurants have done all this, and then you know the fire chief comes in and says, "Oh no, wait, that's a fire hazard. You can't do that anymore. We're going to shut you down again. No outdoor dining." I mean, it's just one thing after another for these restaurant owners. It's unbelievable. It's unfucking believable. They are doing everything they can possibly do to make your fucking life miserable by taking every single thing away from you, and you don't even see it. Nobody sees it. They sit there in their car with their fucking face mask on, once again, still doing it. Out of their own intent. And meanwhile, everything's falling apart around them, and they don't even see it. So when's the end? You know, when are they going to stop saying that we don't have to wear a face mask? In fact, when Biden goes into office, he says he wants 100 days. 100 days. Where does that bring us? Let's see. You know, what does that bring us into mid-June? You're going to be sitting around in the summer again wearing a fucking face mask? Come on. My ass. If you haven't...
Did he just say June? 90 days does not bring you into June if he did that in the first week of his presidency. Can this guy not count?
Had enough of this, and you can't fucking wake up, then you're fucking lost. Lost, I tell you. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Or does he not know when the president gets sworn in? I can't tell if it's a math issue or a civics issue. It's one of the two, though.
And it's getting worse and worse. It's not getting any better. No, they came out with something made up. I don't know what it is. It's a cure. None of them ever work.
Are you talking about the vaccine? A vaccine isn't a cure, it's preventative. Do you not know what a vaccine is?
So what's going to happen then? Let's see what happens then. What are you going to do if they force you to take this? What are you going to do? What are you going to do if they force you to take this? A lot of religions don't allow it at all whatsoever. So what's going to happen to them?
What religion is anti-vaccine? There probably are. I'm just genuinely curious. I'm not sure which religions bar you from getting vaccines. I know there are some that are like anti-blood transfusion, but vaccine's a different thing. Jehovah's Witnesses? Okay. If it has blood.
Stick around.
But I don't think it does.
Interesting year. I thank you for subbing. I thank you for viewing my videos and letting me be a part of your life.
Oh, God. This guy probably does need some help. I don't think he's, like, straight up mentally ill. I just think he has, like, a personality disorder. This is a completely unprofessional opinion, by the way. Don't take any of this seriously. I just feel like he has, like, a personality disorder coupled with not being the smartest, and it's causing some negative outcomes for himself in terms of what he sees reality as, but who knows? Moving on. Let me get to some of these bit messages. Probably a Lannister with 20 bits. Cases. Someone needs to auto-tune that like the Trump religious advisor. Tucker White with 20 bits. It's okay, Hannah. Jesus took the wheel. Is this that guy? And then I'm assuming it's a link to him getting yelled at by his wife. If so, yes, it is that guy. Andrew Batella with 20 bits. So this guy clearly could tell that COVID was real and would be a disaster in January, but now he's claiming the cases are made up. Sounds logical. Yeah, internal inconsistency is a huge part of conspiracy theorists. Logarth with 20 bits, legitimately 1 year, then Kamala is going to have to step in. For serious, though. Tucker White, 94 with 20 bits, if Kamala Harris takes over, if Joe Biden dies, Money says, dumb fuck Screech, she killed him. Oh, that'll be fun. That'll be very fun. Antipodian Squid with 50 bits, it's almost like decades of being told that it's patriotic to put yourself first. Makes people selfish and not care about their fellow humans, yeah. It's like people took Gordon Gekko's advice that greed is good and applied it not only to monetary things, but social issues. It's bad. Tucker with another 20 bits. The SpaceX suit looks no less dorky than the orange jumpsuits astronauts wore during the space shuttle era. Tucker White, again, I meant no more dorky. And then another one. Wait, how did we go from COVID to the moon? He just bounces all over the place. Hate the human race. Thank you for following. Tucker again. But Hannah, you can see the wires. Yep. I don't even understand his argument on the pictures of Earth. It's total word salad. I suppose. Wing the Ultimate Nug with 20 bits. Walmart initially had the other departments locked down, but they realized the government didn't care. It's almost like businesses will do whatever's most profitable without caring about the good of the people who actually buy their products. Weird. My mom just became an elementary school teacher, and SPED students are already back in person at school. Ooh. Tucker White. The sad thing is this guy is a total idiot. He at least sees some of the effed up things leftists like us screech about. Oh, he isn't a total idiot. Gotcha. Lily Love Stuff with 20 bits. There is a place here that does outside dining and bubbles every winter anyway, so you sit around in little heater and it's relaxing. One restaurant did Viking Village for the winter dining in 2020, and that looked like something I would go to if it wasn't a pandemic. Enreath, I'm epileptic every time I have a seizure. I'm not allowed to operate a motor vehicle for 90 days. I live in SoCal, so this means I basically can't go anywhere for 3 months. 3 months is not that difficult. That's unfortunate, though. I'm glad you're able to get through that. Lily Love Stuff with 20 bits. The First Philadelphia Church of God. They're a spinoff of the Worldwide Church of God, and pretty small, but there are about 30 of them that live near you, Hannah. Oh, that sucks. Big Sky Pioneer with 50 bits. The first 100 days of a new presidency has been a thing since 1932 when FDR rolled out programs for the New Deal. Yeah. Let's see what we're gonna do next. So, a call for an uprising as a new video, a call for an uprising. Being an anti-vaxxer, among other things, believes that Satanists are like a real scourge on society and that they're secretly controlling society, sees symbolism everywhere where it doesn't actually exist. Pretty cuckoo bananas. So, let's see what he has to say about the Christmas season.
This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. I apologize, my voice is a little scratchy from ranting on my other channel.
What? Okay. DM Trey, hey Hannah, I have a friend who has set up a GoFundMe to help her leave home in toxic parental situation. Can you link it? Yeah, go for it.
I don't know about the nonsense that's going on, but I want to thank everybody who is here on this channel. I thank you for being here. This channel is not yet approved by YouTube or approved for monetization or approved for anything. And
recently, a call for an uprising had his channel demonetized for being anti-vax, COVID conspiracies, stuff like that.
And one of the things, too, with demonetization and why it's important is that it helps me produce more content.
This is actually his secondary channel, I forgot. His first channel got demonetized, so he moved over to this secondary channel, which isn't monetized yet. Which he really shouldn't anyway, because if you're ban evading like that, or trying to start new channels to get monetized when you've previously been demonetized, pretty sure that's against YouTube TOS.
Puts my time fully into my channel and my website and things like that. And that's why it's, you know, they're trying to smoke people out. So anyway, in a year that's completely insane, I thought people would just, you know, you want to shake your head and just see how unbelievable this year is? Well, how's this for a story? In New Mexico, they're holding a sit on Satan's lap event instead of sitting on Santa's lap. And they're claiming it's because of a typo when the mailer went out for people. And people are actually showing up for this, sitting on, you know, it's not the real Santa. It's just some, I can't even say what, just some demon who's dressing up as Satan and wants kids to sit on his lap. Nothing creepy there, folks. But
wait, what? Okay, so it was a typo, and this guy thinks it was actually to sit on Satan's lap? Also, he says it wasn't the real Santa. Do I need to break some bad news to this guy?
Take a look at this.
A local art group is trying to raise money for pandemic relief, but how they're doing it is drawing criticism. News 13's Rachel Knapp spoke with the organizer of Sit on Satan's Lap.
There was actually a typo, a clerical error, and I just kind of rolled with it because, you know, everyone needs the money. Money's tight right now.
This is the artist behind the fundraising
Okay, that's actually funny.
event, but he only wanted to be identified as Satan, and he didn't break character. The artist says their event, Sit on Satan's Lap, will take place here at UNM's Johnson Field December 19th to raise money for the aid organization Direct Relief, who provides global humanitarian medical help.
They're hosting an event where I will be behind a barrier with only my knee exposed so that children can sit on a lap and you know, get what they want for Christmas because Santa is hiding out like a coward, and I'm willing to step up to the plate.
On the event's description posted on social media, it says,
I actually love this guy. I love this guy so much. That's hilarious.
How many people have been saved by prayer? 0. How many have been saved by wearing a mask? 130,000. The artist says, don't send thoughts and pray. Donate 666 today. The Photoshop picture of Satan with children has gotten hundreds of comments.
I thought it was pretty funny. It was an interesting photo, honestly, but it was also pretty funny photos.
I like it. It's definitely a way of going about it.
Some people we spoke with today say they didn't mind it since it was for a good cause, but others are calling it disturbing, saying it's not funny. One woman...
People have such sticks up their butts. Get over yourself and have fun, God.
And says they need to get themselves to church, but the artist says people should find humor in this.
If I can roll with it, certainly they can roll with it and realize it's going to a good cause.
So an art group from New Mexico is reportedly going to throw an event for children to come and sit on Satan's lap.
I think it's probably more so going to end up being like college students, if I had to guess.
Because that's exactly what we need, right, in today's world. Things aren't completely upside down. I mean, what have I talked about in years past with the inversion, the Aleister Crowley law of reversals, showing you that how they're doing Christmas trees upside down? Well, now they're pretty much flat out even letting you know that Santa is really Satan, because he is. And...
No. Did he see the movie Santa's Sleigh? Hold on. Did he see the movie Santa's Sleigh and think it was like a documentary about Santa? I'm pretty sure in that movie they established that Santa is actually Satan, who like gets in some sort of, loses a bet or something and then has to be, you know, Santa for hundreds of years, and then the pact is broken and gets to go and murder people. It's a bad movie. Anyway, that's not how the myth of Santa works. Santa is based off of Saint Nicholas, among other mythical creatures. Some people say there's some Odin in there, you know, Sinterklaas. Different European countries have different mythoses surrounding the character of Santa Claus or some character. very similar. They ended up coalescing in the 20th century into the modern conception of Santa Claus with a little bit of help from the Coca-Cola Corporation. So, you know, it is what it is. He's not satanic, though. He's not.
Just saying, hey, you know.
He's a pseudo-religious holiday figure. It's fine. It's like the Easter Bunny.
What? Instead of having Santa show up in his red suit, let's just have the devil show up.
Yeah, get satanic on the bingo card. Satanic. Right there.
And kids can sit on them, and they could tell Satan exactly what they want for Christmas. And Satan could bring it to them, and then Satan will be their new hero. And that's exactly why I constantly... Not constantly, but when I mention Christmas, I let people know it's celebration of Nimrod, the winter solstice, Saturnalia, and it's just amazing to me. And people still are like, "Yeah, but it's not really his pagan thing." And then it's like, there's no mention of Jesus. I mean,
okay, look, there are traditions in sorry, crinkly. Okay, there are traditions in Christmas that are derived from older pagan traditions, the Christmas tree, gift giving, and some other stuff, you know, and of course the gift giving also ties into the birth of Jesus story with the wise men bringing gifts. But you get the idea. Like, winter solstice festivals were certainly a thing, and some of the things that were popular amongst pagans during their winter rituals ended up getting folded into Christmas as Christianity became the predominant religion in Europe. Doesn't make Christmas pagan. And I know we like to meme and be like, oh, Christmas is pagan, ha 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 ha. No, it's not, right? It's a religion that's celebrated differently by different people. For some people, it's a very religious holiday, and they very much take it to be about, you know, Jesus being born or whatever. That's fine. That's not how I celebrate it. A lot of people celebrate it as just a secular holiday that's about friends and family and loved ones and giving some gifts to people and having a good time. And that's also fine, right? It sort of is what it is to each individual person. Holidays are a social construct, right? Like, it's not this concrete thing that you can say is like, it's definitely pagan. You can look at many of the traditions and point the line back historically to the pagan traditions those are based on. But if you're not a pagan and you're not celebrating those traditions with pagan intent, then it's not paganism. That's not how things work.
We're talking about Santa and elves. I mean, what do we live in here? Fairy tale land where parents are indoctrinating their kids with this nonsense? And now they're getting indoctrinated. Let's go sit on Satan's lap. Nothing strange going on here in the year 2020, folks. It said children are going to have the opportunity to sit on Satan's lap. The Entertainment Art Collective initially intended to throw a Santa-themed event. And what's interesting about this, I had to take the part out of the clip because, of course, that would be something that would get me flagged. But there's this guy, his name was Jeffrey, his last name began with an E. I was exposing him on my channel way before the media ever did, and so were other YouTubers. I'm not saying it was just me. When we were exposing things like pizza, you know, and restaurants and what was going on.
Pizzagate. Is he taking credit for Jeffrey Epstein because he covered Pizzagate? Pizzagate is an unfounded, ridiculous conspiracy theory that a pizza place in Washington, D.C. had a secret child trafficking ring in the basement. There's no basement to that place, and of course there's no child trafficking ring. He Pee-wee's Big Adventured it. There's no basement in the Alamo. There's no basement in the pizza place. Same exact thing. It actually led to one of these crazy conspiracy theorist QAnon people going to the pizza place with a gun and holding people hostage to try and free the children that didn't exist in their non-existent basement. This kind of stuff is dangerous and it radicalizes mentally unstable people. It's not good.
Going on. And then, of course, this guy just became a public figure for people to connect this stuff with. There's no mention of Satanism and the occult, of course. Why would there be? Because they'll never mention that. Only people like me will. And that's why they try to shut me up, because people found out that these people existed.
No, you get demonetized because you promote conspiracy theories about vaccines, which are dangerous. That's why.
They'd all be, well, think about what would be done to them. You wouldn't be seeing them no more. So these people who are doing this sit on Satan's lap also erected a statue of this Jeffrey E. fella. I mean, you kidding me? and this is allowed. I've seen stories where like people want to put up the 10 Commandments, and they're like, you know, the Satanic Temple shows up. They don't let them do it. They run it over with trucks. But we're putting up statues.
Yeah, you can't put up your religious stuff on public grounds, like courthouses. If you want to put a 10 Commandment statue on your own property or on private property of a business with their consent, right on. You do you. You can do whatever you want. But on public property, you can't have religious stuff unless you allow everyone to put their religious stuff on there.
Of this guy, Jeffrey, and we're putting up, we're letting Satan come out there and kids sit on his lap, right, in New Mexico. And I guess there's no COVID rules there because they're allowed to sit on his lap.
They literally, for one thing, he's going to be wearing a mask, and secondly, they said he's going to be behind a divider except for his knee. Which still, a get-together of any sort, I would tend to agree, iffy, and I don't think it's a good idea. But, like,
Which is just creepy enough. So the art collective initially intended to throw a Santa-themed event. Sure. And they sent out mailers in the mail, and they had a typo in it. Nobody noticed that it said Satan and not Santa. Yeah, that wasn't deliberate, because they are the same person anyway. They said after making a typo, the group reportedly decided to go along with it and now be holding the event Sit on Satan's Lap. According to the event's website, it'll be raising money for Direct Relief, a nonprofit organization that supports medical facilities in the U.S. throughout the world. The charity provides protective gear for health workers. So isn't that sweet? And on Instagram, the group advertised the event with an image of crying children while sitting on Santa's lap. A devilish mask-wearing face has been superimposed over Santa's. And in an effort to stay on theme, the event's website is asking for donations of $6.66 to provide the C-19 relief worldwide. So they even managed to tie in the C-19. See how Satan works. It all worked.
The 666 is intentional. It's a joke. It's a joke. See what I mean about... I said this in an earlier segment. Conspiracy theorists are Drax from Guardians of the Galaxy. They take everything literally and don't understand when people are making very obvious, deliberate jokes. This guy's like, 666, yeah, that's the joke.
It all just seems to flow together, doesn't it? Unbelievable. This is America in 2020, folks, where parents are actually, they think this is funny.
Good evening.
And I'm not, look, I get people are like, oh, you're so uptight. I'm not uptight. I mean, Satan is a... I mean, do I even need to get into it?
Please do.
Sacrifice to Baal, and they're glorifying this thing.
Baal is a different mythological character than Satan, you idiot. Baal is not Satan. Baal was a god worshipped by a different tribe that interacted with Israel. That also isn't real. That's a good point, chat. Yeah, Baal nor Satan is real anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But within the mythology, they're different. They're different characters.
Big red flamer. I mean, give me a break. So they're saying the reaction is mixed in these towns. Some people find the joke offensive, so they make light of this stuff, and then they're just allowed to do it. But what if somebody went and they were like, all right, I mean, not like a, and they had something for Jesus in honor of Christmas. Everyone would be offended, right? But aren't we?
No, they wouldn't. No one cares. If you do it privately, and I don't mean privately like no one else is allowed in. If you do it like on private property, that's fine. No one cares. Go do your Jesus thing. That's fine. That's great. Actually, there's this thing. They have a Jesus thing every Sunday all year. It's called church, and no one gives a shit. No one cares. Go do your religious stuff. Just don't do it on public property.
I'm supposed to believe that Christmas is Jesus' birthday, even though it's not. But what if people are just like, well, I want to celebrate it on this day because, okay, that's how I was raised. All right, but you're not allowed to. You're not allowed to publicly talk about Jesus or do anything. They'll come there and they'll take it down because they'll say, oh, well, then we need to bring out all the other religions. Oh.
Again, if you're doing it on, like, government property, yeah, because the government, as per the First Amendment, isn't allowed to establish a religion. And by putting one religion up on a pedestal while ignoring all the others, it's been ruled that you're effectively doing that. So if you're going to have a nativity scene at City Hall, then you also need to leave it open so someone can come and put, a menorah and someone else can put up some other thing, whatever it happens to be. And that's fine too. I'm also okay with that as long as anyone can go put up stuff. But like, you can't just have exclusivity on public property to push your religion. That's not fair. That's not what the Constitution says you're allowed to do.
But we can bring out Satan because it's a big joke, right? No, what's a joke is what's happening here in America. That's what the joke is. An utter joke. I want to remind everyone, please check out the website at callforuprising.com. And I want to ask everyone out there again, please subscribe if you haven't. And I asked on my other channel, so I don't know if you saw the video or not, because I don't even know if they're sharing my videos anymore. But my other channel was demonetized, given a strike, and the whole 9 yards. So I'm not uploading there for a while till the account gets cleared at least. But I'll be sending letters to YouTube because I believe it's religious discrimination. And I also believe it's not fair because I don't believe they're accurately reviewing these videos at all.
That'll work well. I'm sure someone is definitely religiously checking the snail mail at YouTube, where they're like, oh, conspiracy theorist to call for an uprising who thinks Santa Claus is Satan would like us to reinstate his channel. No. I'm giving them too much credit. That mailbox, probably the post person puts the mail in the mailbox, and the back is literally just a shredder. It just turns it into confetti.
I think they're just going off of mass flagging from Reddit, what do they call them, Karens? I mean, I got plenty of other names for them. It begins with an F and ends with a TS, but...
Oh, good. Implying the F slur. You'll love to see it. And by love to see it, I mean gross. They want to say slurs so badly. What's up with that? I've never had the urge to be like, oh, I just want to say a slur. I just gotta say it.
Pretty much, like, if it gets a mass amount of flags, they're just pretty much taking it down. They don't even listen to what you have to say. I've had a video taken down in under 30 seconds of giving a...
Didn't I cover this yesterday? Yeah, yesterday there was also a couple people who were basically said the same thing.
Strike. It was a 15-minute video. How in the world did somebody watch it at YouTube? Let alone the fact that they had already pre-approved it for monetization, which means that somebody has to review it, the algorithm. And they gave it a green light, which means it's okay to have ads on it. Oh, and then I get a strike because that makes sense, right? It makes no sense. So this is the address for you.
I like that YouTube gave him like a physical address to send letters to, because they're like, we're not gonna parse through your misspelled all caps email. Snail mail us or send us a fax. This is the polite way of saying we don't care if you complain. Google, the biggest technology company on the planet, telling someone, send us a letter or a fax.
YouTube, if you want to help me out, you can send letters. Tell my email, callforunuprising2@gmail.com. Those are my 2 emails associated with my 2 channels, which have been pretty much taken from me after 5 years of hard work. And again, I'm not looking for sympathy here. I get it. Life just sucks in general. But if you have the time and you care about the channel and the content, it would mean a lot to me. If I've helped in any way, this would be you helping me. And you could always fax it over to them. You could see the address on the screen. So that's what's going on now. And of course, we have kids sitting on Satan's lap for the Saturnalia. What a surprise, right? Welcome to America, folks. I mean Babylon. Thank you for listening to today's show. Place is just fallen. I mean, you're going to give any country an enema, you'd stick the holes right here in America. Let's just be real. Thank you guys again for listening and for your support. God bless all of you and your families.
Lovely. How nice. What are these comments going to be? They're probably going to be trash. The fact that this made the news should tell you something. These demons are getting bolder every day. Satan knows his time is short. That's not humor. There's nothing humorous about losing your soul into eternal damnation. That was not a typo. Pray without ceasing. Gosh, I'll be so glad when this surreal nightmare is over. Pray for your children and grandchildren. These people live in just a complete fantasy world. I wonder what that's like to live in. Just complete nonsense all day, every day. Anyway. Let's get to some bits messages. Tucker White. He went to the Brett Keane School of Situation of Sock Account Individuals. Wing the Ultimate Nug. Wait, there's a barrier, so only his knee can be touched. I wonder how many children will believe in Satan. Tucker White. Who the F is doing Christmas trees upside down? Yeah, I don't know. Tucker White. Hannah, at this point, Christmas is just a giant blowjob to corporate America. Sure. You can still enjoy it privately, though, without, like, indulging in ridiculous amounts of consumerism. Meaty52. Christmas isn't pagan. Christians stole the solstice from the pagans. P.S. Sorry, I'm late. Hand pie. Then there's the DM Trey's link to the GoFundMe, which is in the chat. Creeping Darkness of 20 bits. This is topical. This came out on Sci-Fi just a bit ago. I'll pull that up in a sec. Tucker White, can we count on him implying Karens are a slur for gays as the gay agenda? I don't think that counts. And then Squid with 50 bits. My channel, which has been pretty much taken from me despite it still being up. Oh, wait, that's right. He really means my grifting income stream has been taken from me. Yeah. This was sent. This is a trailer for some sci-fi movie.
I'm Holly Frost, and you're watching Channel 6 News.
Holly Frost.
You're headed to Ornaments, the Christmassiest town ever. And since you're from there, you'll give the story a hometown spin.
Holly Winters. Is that you? It's actually Holly Frost now.
She's literally wearing a sash that says mayor.
Where's the ring? It is such a joy to watch these faces jot down what they might like from Santa.
And we're out.
Drinks, please. Do you want to show me the vacuum?
Is this supposed to be like a parody of a Hallmark Christmas movie? Because that's the feel I'm getting.
I wrote Satan by mistake when I was 7.
Isn't that how old you were when your parents
were hacked to death? Oh, yeah.
Chad, what's going on? A monster took the manor.
Look, somebody has to, like, sing from the soul.
It's a foot from a person. Look!
It's on, bitch.
That might be funny. Parody of a Hallmark Christmas movie. I'd be down for that. Tucker White, oh my god, we're only a few seconds in and it already looks like saccharine trite. I think it's parodying that kind of Hallmark Channel Christmas movie saccharine bullshit. I hope that's real, because yeah, if I ever catch that somewhere, I'll check it out. That sounds funny. Taboo Conspiracy has another video on Flat Earth. Mr. Sensible's proof of the flat and stationary Earth. Let's see if we can be persuaded, chat. I somehow doubt it, but let's take a look.
Hello, everyone. The point of this video will be to address one of the
Someone needs to get a pop filter.
Newest claims from the Globe propagandists that YouTuber Mr. Sensible was able to film the supposed curvature of the Earth.
Don't you just love it when someone doesn't have a mic sock and they go, Peter Piper picked a pack of pickled peppers. That's not annoying at all.
With a high-altitude balloon at 127,000 feet. I'm seeing this bogus ball earther claim a lot lately, and so I feel compelled to address it. First of all, kudos to Mr. Sensible for getting his balloon up to 127,000 feet. That's pretty...
How far is the Earth's atmosphere from the ground? How high does it go? 62 miles, 100 kilometers. How many feet is 62 miles? So 300,000. So he's less than a third up into the atmosphere. So he's still relatively close to the Earth. Good to know.
Pretty good. I actually hope more people will continue to send up high-altitude balloons. I think it's beautiful. Of course, if the Earth was spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, then Mr. Sensible's balloon should have landed over 1,000 miles to the west.
No. Again, the flat earthers do this all the time. They apply a linear velocity to the rotation of the Earth, but the Earth isn't moving linearly, it is rotating. If you're looking at the rotational velocity of the Earth, it's 1 rotation per day.
But it didn't.
Not to mention the balloon, while it's going up, it's still maintaining the momentum of the Earth's spin in the first place, because it was attached to the Earth. It was part of it. Therefore, it's going to maintain that momentum.
Without question, Mr. Sensible proved
and it's
that
in the
Earth
atmosphere. Yes.
is indeed stationary. I also find it a bit ironic that Mr. Sensible and his cohorts claim that he filmed the curvature of the Earth, when all globe propagandists believe in the magical effect of refraction that supposedly removes the curvature and giant bulges of earth and water and places mountains of curvature far behind objects that should be hidden by the bulge.
What? What are you talking about? You can't see the curvature of the Earth at ground level unless you're talking about over like long distances of water and you see boats going over the horizon or whatever. Then you can see it, but like there is refraction at play sometimes too, depending on the like, how do I put this? What's the word I'm thinking of? Depending on the atmospheric conditions, you might have some refraction. But typically, if you're standing on ground somewhere and you're looking at the horizon, and we're talking about ground, it's typically pretty difficult to see the curve. You have to be somewhere really flat with nothing obstructing you. Which happens, and you can see that. Again, especially over, like, the ocean or big lakes or something. But I don't understand what you're talking about here. Are you saying that they're seeing a curve because of refraction? In what way?
If such selective wraparound the curvature refraction existed, you cannot then claim to have filmed the actual edge of the ball Earth because you might be looking at a mirage. But I'm not going to dwell on Mr. Sensible's clear proof of the stationary Earth or the ball Earth refraction.
It's not proof of a stationary Earth. The Earth is not stationary.
Paradox.
They're literally showing the Earth with a curve, and this guy's like, nah, I don't buy it. Seems sus.
Instead, I want to address the fraudulent claim that Mr. Sensible filmed the curvature of the Earth from 127,000 feet. Of course, that contradicts Neil deGrasse Tyson's claim that you cannot film the curvature of the Earth from that same altitude.
So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, wow, he's in space. Look at that. No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth.
How high was the Red Bull guy? Red Bull space jump height. Red Bull Stratos, skydiver, final altitude of 38,000 meters or 127,000 feet, 24 miles. Hold on. What was he at? He was 100-something, so they're about the same. I think the Red Bull jump thing, the curve looks much more pronounced because they're using a fisheye lens. Also, Neil deGrasse Tyson isn't always right on everything. I'm not saying he obviously, if you're talking about planetary bodies, he knows what the fuck he's talking about. But
2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
That's pretty funny, but Neil deGrasse Tyson was correct.
That stuff is flat.
Did you miss the entire point of what he was saying? He was saying that you're too close to the Earth to see the curvature at that height, because you're still very close to the Earth relative to its size. Being that far above the Earth would still be like being very close to the surface of a basketball if we sized that down. I've shown this before, but I'll show it again. Flat Earth basketball. The Earth is huge. The Earth is bigger than you can possibly imagine, right? It's incredibly difficult to picture, especially for someone like me. I have trouble picturing things in my head visually. But you can use things like this to sort of demonstrate what we're talking about. Now, if you zoom in on the surface of a basketball, which we can clearly see is a sphere, but you zoom on it very close, you don't actually see that much curvature. And this camera is much further away from the surface of the basketball than we are from the surface of the Earth, even if you're up 100,000 feet or whatever. You need to be very far from the Earth in order to see it in its totality, or even to see significant curvature, because the Earth is very, very big. It's huge. It's ginormous.
But let's assume that astrophysicist and planetary scientist Mr. Tyson doesn't really represent ball earthers.
Ball earthers.
Going to do a much closer analysis of this footage, but I first wanted to point out something about the local sun. As you watch the camera spin, notice that there seems to be a bit of a bulge near the sun. I'm sure the ball earthers will squint really hard and call...
It's not even a bit. If you look at the wide cam, which is more interesting in my opinion, it looks much more curved. You can see a curve.
Call that the curvature, but the local sun does seem to produce a light bulge more directly under the sun as it lights up more of the atmosphere. It's just another factor to keep in mind.
But even when we're not looking at where the sun is, it's still
Now,
the same
when you go to
thing. On the wide camera, you can still see a curve. Oh my god, look at it. Jesus Christ.
Mr. Sensible's video, he begins with the typical wide-angle lens fake curvature.
Earth bulge, ooh.
Playing in the background. Using wide-angle lenses to fake the curvature is pretty much a standard for all ball Earth proponents. I guess the actual flat horizon video wouldn't have looked so awesome for Mr. Sensible. But in the description of his video, Mr. Sensible linked to a website by Globe propagandist Walter Bislin, who conducted his own bogus analysis of Mr. Sensible's video. I'm not going to click on the link because it wouldn't surprise me if they tried to hit me with a copyright issue, but Walter's website shows pictures like this one and this one that seem to indicate that the alleged curvature filmed by Mr. Sensible matches the supposed curvature of the Earth perfectly. I'll have links in the description.
It probably does, because he was taking photographs, video of the Earth from the atmosphere, from going up to 100,000 feet or whatever they said it was. It would tend to match.
According to ball earther Walter, on this page, I compare the curvature of the horizon with the predicted curvature of my curvature app. The curvature shown in the video, linked above, matches exactly with the prediction of the curvature app, which is based on a globe with radius 6,371 kilometers. This means the observed curvature of the horizon is caused by the spherical shape of the Earth. Since so many of the globe trolls like to link to this website now, is globe propagandist Walter Bislin telling you the truth? There does seem to be an almost imperceptible distortion of the camera, but it's pretty close to reality, and it depends where the horizon is in relation to the view of the camera, and that's important for our analysis, and that's important for any analysis of high-altitude footage. Now, Walter Bislin says he corrected the alleged slight barrel distortion of the camera. According to Bislin, this camera has only a slight barrel distortion, which I corrected with a Lightroom setting of 8 of 100, so that the two strings are straight and the image shows the undistorted reality. This is where the deception takes place, but I'll let you be the judge of whether Walter was lying. I'm going to show you images from Mr. Sensible's full-length balloon video. Unlike Bislin, I'm not going to distort the images in any way, and I'm going to properly show you stills from the lowest to the highest altitudes. There's a reason why Walter didn't do the same.
They were correcting probably for a fisheye lens. For those who don't know, this is probably going to be this isn't how cameras work on the bingo card, by the way. Or doesn't understand how cameras work. Whatever. H-Bomber Guy went into this on his video on Flat Earth, which is pretty interesting, which has to do with correcting for distortion caused by certain lenses, fisheye lenses in particular. You end up needing to correct for that distortion, and you do so by selecting something that you know to be flat in the image, strings in this case it sounds like they were using, I don't know, and then you make sure that those look correct, therefore correcting the rest of the image. Again, if you want more information on that, go check out H-Bomber Guy's video on it. He goes into it pretty in-depth. Let me open the bingo card so we can get that. That's not how cameras work or whatever. Doesn't understand how cameras work.
I'm only adding a straight black line near the horizon for reference. Yes, the line is straight. If you're unhappy about the line, you can download Mr. Sensible's footage and do the exact same thing and follow the time marks.
Honestly, even looking at it, and again, this could be my perception, it still looks to me like there's a slight curve. It doesn't really look like it's straight. It still looks like this dips down, there's a slight bulge in the center, and then it dips down again. But then you have a case where you can see up at the balloon cam, now the strings are slightly distorted and they're curved because they didn't correct this footage. This is the uncorrected footage. You see how the strings are slightly curved now, which they wouldn't be because the balloon is suspending it, therefore they should be taut. This is why you correct footage.
Here's the first still from 238 meters or 781 feet. I think everyone would have to agree that there doesn't appear to be any measurable barrel distortion at this low altitude. I'm using this.
I don't think I agree. Again, looking at the strings in the balloon cam, no, I think there is a distortion.
Low angle of the horizon.
You're not going to be able to see curvature at this altitude anyway, though.
Because this will be the same relevant angle at the end of the footage. This is important when you conduct your own analysis. The next still is at 1,793 meters, or 5,883 feet. No barrel distortion is visible. Here's a still at 2,781 meters, or 9,124 feet. Ball earthers must still agree that there should not be any perceptible curvature at that low altitude. As you can see, the apparent horizon is flat, as expected, and there is little to no barrel distortion. Here's a similar still at 2,856 meters or 9,370 feet. Again, there is little to no barrel distortion.
Again, I'm going to disagree on those points based on what we're seeing in like this, but whatever.
This still is 4,014 meters or 13,169 feet. Little to no distortion, and the horizon is flat. Next is 5,978 meters or 19,612 feet.
These altitudes aren't high enough. You're not going to be able to see curvature, so you might as well skip to the highest one.
No distortion and a flat horizon. Next is 10,290 meters or 33,760 feet. Notice there's an airplane in the distance. Kind of cool. Again, no distortion. Next, 14,463 meters or 47,451 feet. No distortion, no curvature. Here's a still from 21,770 meters or 71,424 feet. Now we're pretty high. Again, no visible curvature is present. Here is our final still with 5 seconds to the balloon popping at a whopping 38,706 meters or 126,988 feet.
Okay, even with the uncorrected footage, you can still see a curve in the wide cam. You can still see it!
The horizon is flat.
Sorry, I was shouting very close to the mic
for
there.
The comparisons. 126,988 feet with 781
Thanks for coming, Little Esteem. See you next time.
5,883 feet. 9,124 feet. 9,370 feet. 13,169 feet. 19,612 feet. 33,760 feet. 47,451 feet. 71,424 feet. Now, let's compare the actual still from the video with Walter Bislin's pictures on his website. The pictures are at the same altitude. This doesn't look very good for you here, Walter. I'm guessing you'll need to come up with a new refraction calculator that just adds curvature to high-altitude balloons.
I genuinely think this is probably something to do with, like, how your perception can be altered by your preconceptions. Because, like, when I'm looking at this, especially the wide cam, I can see a curve. It's slight because it's still pretty close to the Earth, even though it's like 100-something thousand feet up. But I feel like I can see a slight curve, right? I don't know what you guys think, but especially if you look at this wide cam up top, it appears that there's curvature to me. But this guy, who's a flat earther, is looking at the exact same footage and claiming that it's completely flat. This is even before, again, correcting, because he thinks that correcting the footage is somehow cheating, even though that's what you have to do when you're dealing with, like, wide-angle lenses or fisheye lenses, whatever you happen to be using. His perception is being altered by his preconception that he thinks the world is flat. So he is incapable of viewing this as it is. And I'm sure we're subject to that as well, right? Everyone is. Everyone is subject to their own preconceptions. But it's just interesting to me that he and I and all of you can look at the exact same footage and see completely different things. It's very curious.
The globe deception seems pretty deliberate here. I'm sorry, our globe faithful, but Mr. Sensible not only proved that the Earth is stationary, that there is indeed no Coriolis effect, but Mr. Sensible also proved that there is absolutely no measurable curvature at a whopping altitude of 126,988 feet. The Earth is flat.
Good effing Lord. Interesting. It's interesting that people like that can look directly at footage of curvature and be like, nope, don't see it. Humans are weird. Moving on, when we get to these bit messages. Have I seen the new sci-fi show with Alan Tudyk as an alien? No, I don't even know who that is. Neko Lillian with some bits. I came in late. How did Nathan Thompson go mask off? He basically got anti-Semitic. Enreath with 30 bits. Everyone knows Neil deGrasse Tyson is the only authority on space and how it works, unless he says the Earth is a globe. 2man642 with 20 bits. If EarthChan couldn't defeat flat earthers, then no one can. Ender92, thank you for resubscribing with a 6th-month streak. Hey, look at a number of months. Love the goggles. Thank you. Tucker White, I don't even understand this guy's argument. How does a black line prove flat Earth? He thinks the line is showing that the Earth is exactly perpendicular to the line, therefore it's flat. Sparrowhawk TV, thank you for resubscribing with a 5-month streak. Antipodian Squid with 50 bits. Definitely a curve on the wide cam. Put a line on the wide cam. Noodles Lolcat with 20 bits. I don't know if you have watched this, but it's the second conspiracy theory of everything, and it's off the rails crazy. The disconnection of our soul. Oh, God. Okay, we can take a look at this. Again, we haven't looked at Spirit Science in a bit. We watched their first episode of Conspiracy Theory of Everything. It got a little dry. This is episode 2. Let's see if it's any better.
This is where our conspiracy theory of everything is going to get dark. And I mean really dark. In the disconnection of the soul, the ego runs rampant, and this is the source of our suffering, and how we are controlled by the elite. For this, I must offer you a warning. We must be aware of the horrific nature of humanity if there is to be any healing done. Light must be brought to darkness, and the darkness must be faced if we ever wish to solve our problems for good.
Bellstar points out, trigger warning everyone, there's some sexual violence talk in here. Good to know. So warning, I guess that's going to be part of this video?
Warned that the following contains mature subject matter. and may offend some audiences. Viewer discretion is advised. There is a sickness deep in the heart of human consciousness, a putrid evil that is running rampant through the underbelly of modern society, rarely seen or discussed in public, but is the ultimate source of all of our misery, our suffering. This evil masks itself on the surface appearance of the world, with the pretense that everything is okay.
Is this metaphorical, or they literally think that evil is a detectable material thing that is somehow making people do bad?
Life is good, and look at all of the fun that we're having. However, this illusion is as false a reality as the demiurge, and in fact, they're simply a reflection of each other. As above, so below. This evil takes its roots on many levels, and one of the darkest ways that it manifests is in the form of sexual energy manipulation and pedophilia. Jeffrey Epstein was the first public domino, a sick and twisted figure, or soulless ego if you will, who arranged and organized a large sex trafficking ring of women and girls, often underage, abusing them and forcing them to have sex not just with him, but with other high-profile individuals. Most notably was Prince Andrew of the British royal family, with an accusation from a woman named Virginia Roberts that Epstein forced her to have sex with the prince on at least 3 separate occasions. The overwhelming evidence suggests that Prince Andrew is guilty, and he nearly incriminated himself during his BBC interview, attempting to respond.
Did you guys see that interview? It was wild.
Respond to these allegations. In the interview, Prince Andrew claimed that his final meeting with Epstein was purely to tell him, "I am cutting off contact with you," and then proceeded to stay at Epstein's place for 3 days while young women were observed being brought into and out of the home repeatedly during that time. When questioned why he stayed there for 3 days, he claimed that it was purely a convenient location to stay while he was in town, and never saw any of these women, despite a claim that observed him getting a foot massage from a young woman inside the house during that time.
That's honestly the dumbest claim he made in that interview, too. And, like, you know, QAnon conspiracies aside, Prince Andrew did know Jeffrey Epstein and probably partook of, you know, Anyway, the claim that, like, it was a convenient place for him to stay, you're a part of the British royal family. You're one of the richest people on the planet. Everywhere is a convenient place for you to stay. Book the nicest room at the nicest hotel in the city. You don't even have to personally do it. Tell your assistant or whoever, hey, get me a nice hotel room, and they'll get it for you in probably an hour. The idea that it was just convenient for him to stay with Jeffrey Epstein is incredibly stupid.
Epstein was a domino, revealing a much larger sex trafficking ring that is going on worldwide, as we know definitively that Bill Clinton himself had been to Epstein Island, Jeffrey's favorite place to take and rape young women. Bill had been there at least 20 times, and Hillary Clinton had been there at least 6, along—
Are we gonna talk about Trump, too? A lot of asshole rich people were probably in on this shit.
with a notable list of high-profile individuals who have also visited this remote island in the Virgin Islands. The question then is, how big and how deep does this really go? If Prince Andrew, the Duke of York, was this heavily involved with Epstein, who else might be connected with this network of pedophiles and rapists? The Epstein scandal was akin to tripping over something big, and it's up to all of us to pull back the curtains and reveal what's really going on. The stories and conspiracy theories around this go very deep, suggesting that at the highest level, the ruling elite of the world sustain themselves on the energy of the innocent.
Okay, we just went off the deep end into QAnon stuff. Look, child trafficking is absolutely a thing. Young people being taken advantage of and assaulted by older people in power in both Hollywood and by the rich everywhere, absolutely a thing. The idea that they're doing it for energy or for adrenochrome or whatever bullshit conspiracy thing you've come up with is so stupid. No, they're just gross, horny people who've decided to take that out on children. That's it. It's just that. It's a sexual gratification thing. They're fucking sick, and they're pedophiles, and they act out on that because they have the money to do so and get away with it. It's not some magical energy thing. It's not for some secret chemical. They're pedophiles and they're horny. It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. But that's the reality of the situation. Adding a whole bunch of conspiracy nonsense to it makes you sound like a jackass, and it actually hurts recognition of actual child trafficking that happens when you try and add all this nonsense to it. It's ridiculous.
That pedophilia and rape gives an individual a high, taking one's purity, shattering one's innocence, and giving them a feeling of power and authority over others through horrifying sexual energy manipulation. But this isn't even the worst part, with stories of adrenochrome, a compound formed by the oxidation of adrenaline in the body, formed naturally when we experience extreme fear and stress.
Again, the adrenochrome thing is incredibly stupid. Adrenochrome is a byproduct of adrenaline being used in your brain. You don't need to get it from people. You can synthesize adrenochrome in the lab very easily and cheaply. It's very stupid. On top of that, people who have taken it recreationally, of course synthetic, because you don't need to get it from a person, have said it's awful. They've said it's horrifying. It's not something you would want to take recreationally for funsies.
The pervading theory on the internet suggests that the ruling elite of the world use children in insidious rituals.
Hold on.
Torturing them, draining their blood, extracting the adrenochrome, and injecting it within themselves.
Yeah, ritual child abuse on the bingo card, but I think we already had Satanism, which is on that as well, so.
Providing them with heightened energy and the appearance of youthfulness, among other things. It should be known that adrenochrome first made it big due to Aldous Huxley's 1954 book, The Doors of Perception, discussing the nature of adrenochrome, and was later referenced in Hollywood movies including A Clockwork Orange with Drenchrome, as well as in the film Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, which many suggest is the true origin of this theory. However, while it may be easy to dismiss this idea, there are certain anomalies that stand out when investigating this material. The biggest may very well be the conspiracies and scandals surrounding Hillary Clinton, and a particular laptop previously owned by former US politician Anthony Weiner. On November 4th, 2016, Eric Prince appeared on Breitbart Radio, and he outlined the discoveries
Wow, Breitbart is a source.
on the Weiner laptop that was being blocked by Attorney General Lynch. He said that they found a lot of really damning criminal information, including money laundering, and the fact that Hillary went to the sex island with Jeffrey Epstein.
Wow, someone on Breitbart said it, so it's gotta be true. Look, I'd believe that Bill Clinton. I totally get that. Absolutely. I don't think Hillary Clinton was involved in that particular thing. I'll put it that way.
Sidney Powell at Hillsdale College called out the
Oh my god. They're citing Sidney the Kraken Powell. Oh god.
FBI, claiming that there is a lot that can be prosecuted there, and that some of the police officers who initially were investigating the laptop saw some things that made them have to go and throw up. Shortly after that, the NYPD chief who was directly involved in Anthony Weiner's laptop case killed himself. Or at least, so the story goes. Then again, the official story is that Epstein killed himself. However, investigations into the nature of his death calls all of this into question, essentially suggesting that his death was not a suicide, but rather that he had information that he could have used to prosecute many high-level individuals, and someone shut him up before he had the chance to speak. As far as Hillary's emails go, many claimed that certain code words were being used consistently to refer to children for use in strange and mysterious events. Of course, the conspiracy gets even darker from there, suggesting that at the highest level, the control and manipulation of our species may even come from a non-human source, those of a reptilian nature.
Do we have reptilians on the bingo card? Hold on, let me check. Reptoids, yeah, reptilians. Bingo on the bingo card.
The theory suggests that Epstein was merely one messed up pawn in a much larger game of controlling and influencing the world order.
Question. Why are reptilians interested in pedophilia? They would be reptilians. They would be aliens. Why would they care? Why would they be interested in children specifically? Why are reptiles pedophiles? Is it 'cause they kind of rhyme? Is the slant rhyme the reason? Reptile, pedophile. This week on Fox, the brand new hit sitcom, Reptile Pedophile.
Theories range as to whether or not these reptilians are physical shapeshifters, non-physical entities who control people's minds, or a scapegoat theory for something else entirely. The idea itself was illustrated very well in the movie They Live.
Oh my god. Misunderstanding They Live should be on the bingo card. They Live is about how capitalism is bad. It is not about reptoids literally controlling the world. Watch the movie and stop taking it literally.
Showing people as weird aliens who used a particular signal from a radio tower to mask their appearance from the public, but were otherwise living among us and enslaving our mass consciousness. And you can watch our video breakdown of this movie right here on our channel. Nevertheless, the ones pulling all of the strings today are generally called the Deep State, the manipulative group controlling human consciousness.
There's the Deep State on the bingo card.
But with that, the mysteries of who is behind all of this aside, how exactly do the world elite control human consciousness?
Deep State. Where's the Deep State? There we go.
Due to the sheer volume of control mechanisms, here we're going to provide a lighter overview, and you are encouraged to explore these as you see fit. Fear and scarcity. At the highest level of control, fear is one of the most easiest methods to control
the most easiest. Good job. Maybe get an editor.
Population in mass. This is a two-way street that binds the influence from the elite and us together, for we actively perpetuate the problem when we live from fear and scarcity, spreading it around to each other like a nasty virus. Fear can be used to corral people in all manner of directions, to take actions that are not in their best interest, or to give up their power and control to others. Our food. For the most part, all of the food that we're eating today is toxic, designed to subdue our creative energy, making us easily addicted to things that are unhealthy for us.
This chicken sandwich has subdued my creative energy. Oh no, I accidentally clicked on the...
Whether it's processed foods, rich with salt, sugar, and fat, or even our produce, which has been chemically engineered or sprayed with pesticides and herbicides.
I prefer foods that have been completely eaten out by insects. Yummy.
We can see this with Monsanto, who have actually patented seed and GMO production, disallowed the ancient practice of saving seeds, and ultimately controlled the food supply, but have masked it as providing the world food. We recently published a movie called Healing Your Body with Food, Spirit Science 33, which reveals the truth about food and where it comes from today. So we won't get super deep into it here, because there is a lot to cover. But if you want to go deeper into this, please watch that movie after this one is done. Ultimately though, the bottom line here appears to be that we are what we eat, and most of us eat far too much, and in that, consume too many harmful substances.
People definitely eat too much in America. I just saw an article the other day that something like 70% of Americans are overweight or obese. I'm one of them. Yeah, people definitely eat too much and eat too many calorie-dense foods with little nutrition, but, like, it's not a nefarious plot. It's companies trying to sell you things to make money. Again, it's a capitalism problem.
Fluoride in the water.
Ah.
Some have said that fluoride is the metaphorical tears of the New World Order.
Fluoride is the tears of the New World Order. Cool.
And that it's their most...
Or it just helps, you know, protect your teeth. I'm gonna go with that one.
Widely used weapon against us. The idea, in a nutshell, is that governments put fluoride in our water supply in order to negatively affect huge populations and facilitate mass control.
No. No, it's not. Fluoride's perfectly safe for you to drink in your tap water. It's fine. It just helps your, like, enamel on your teeth. It's fine.
Whether for financial gain through the health defects that it causes, or for the purpose of disrupting our connection to the spiritual planes. Any quick search of a fluoride...
Please, I'd love to see the study where you think fluoride is disconnecting you from the spiritual plane, whatever that means.
Conspiracy brings up notions that it calcifies the pineal gland, the organ in our brain that is often linked to consciousness and the third eye. The idea of the pineal gland being linked with consciousness originally came from the French philosopher Descartes, who argued that the interaction between non-local consciousness and the physical world occurred inside of it.
Okay, he was a philosopher, not a scientist.
That's right, capitalistic propaganda.
Like, pineal gland stuff is straight out of They Live, the movie. There's no evidence to my knowledge that's conclusive that says consciousness comes from the pineal gland.
If you dig into why water fluoridation began, you find a convoluted, suspicious mess, mostly centering around the aluminum production company Alcoa.
Let's take a look. Fluoride in water. Let's see if there's a Wikipedia article or something on it. History. Achievements in Public Health, 1999, fluoridization of drinking water to prevent dental caries. Fluoridization of community drinking water is a major factor responsible for the decline in dental caries, tooth decay during the second half of the 20th century. The history of water fluoridization, or fluoridation, rather, sorry, is a classic example of clinical observation leading to epidemiologic, yeah, investigation, and community-based public health intervention. Although other fluoride-containing products are available, water fluoridation remains the most equitable and cost-effective method of delivering fluoride to all members of most communities, regardless of age, educational attainment, or income level. History of water fluoridation. Soon after the establishing his dental practice in Colorado Springs, Colorado in 1901, Dr. Frederick McKay noted an unusual permanent stain or mottled enamel termed Colorado brown stain by area residents on the teeth of many of his patients. After years of personal field investigations, McKay concluded that an agent in the public water supply probably was responsible for mottled enamel. McKay also observed that teeth affected by this condition seemed less susceptible to dental caries. Dr. F.L. Robertson, a dentist in Bauxite, Arkansas, noticed the presence of mottled enamel among children after a deep well was dug in 1909 to provide a local water supply. A hypothesis that something in the water was responsible for mottled enamel led local officials to abandon a well in 1927. In 1930, H.B. Churchill, a chemist in the Aluminum Company of America, an aluminum manufacturing company that had bauxite mines in the town, used a newly available method of spectrographic analysis that identified high concentrations of fluoride, parts per million, 13.7 parts per million, in the water of abandoned well. Fluoride, the ion of the element fluorine, almost universally is found in soil and water, but generally in very low concentrations, less than 1 parts per million. On hearing the new analytic method, McKay sent water samples to Churchill from areas where mottled enamel was endemic. These samples contained high levels of fluoride, 2 to 12 parts per million. The identification of possible etiologic agent for mottled enamel led to the establishment in 1931 of the Dental Hygiene Unit at the National Institute of Health, headed by Dr. Treadley Dean. Dean's primary responsibility was to investigate the association between fluoride and mottled enamel. Blah, 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 blah. You get it. They figured this shit out, and then they started doing it. That doesn't seem that complicated.
Who supposedly had a lot of toxic waste to spare that took the form of fluoride as a byproduct of aluminum production. After a single biochemist who was sponsored by them showed in a lab that fluoride affects cavities in rats in 1939, so the story goes, the first public proposal that the US should fluoridate its water supplies were made, not by a doctor, but by an industry scientist.
Okay, he's a scientist, and it's been studied since then as well. It's fine.
Nowadays, our water is fluoridated in over 24 countries, mostly in the Western world. According to chemist and researcher Charles E. Perkins...
Let me see if I have... Hold on. Fluoride is a naturally occurring element which is added to City of Saginaw drinking water to prevent tooth decay. Delicious fluoride.
Who wrote the book The Truth About Water Fluoridation, repeated doses of infinitesimal amounts of fluoride will in time...
Someone has bingo? Let me check the card. Who said bingo? Link me your card so I can check it if you have bingo, whoever it is. Bengay Pride. It just linked me to this. You gotta link me to, like, you gotta go up into this, and then your actual bingo card, like, URL at the top of this page, just copy paste it, because you just sent me a link to the general bingo, which takes me here.
That's right, capitalistic propaganda.
Reduce an individual's ability to resist domination by slowly poisoning a certain area of the brain, thus making them submissive to the will of those who wish to govern them. While there are unsupported theories that the Nazis used the chemical in concentration camps...
Oh, are we really going there? I need, like, this one. This link right there at the top. If you just copy paste that, then I can look at your bingo card. Bengay.
Or the USSR in their gulags, the threat of fluoride isn't just a theory. The work of Jennifer Luke in the 90s showed that by old age, the pineal gland contains the same amount of fluoride as teeth, having been calcified as we age. Further, a huge review on fluoride toxicity published by the National Research Council in 2006 reported a range of negative side effects.
Thank you, Ben Gay Pride. Let me take a look. There we go. Thinly veiled anti-Semitism. We did not get thinly veiled anti-Semitism, actually, because it was not thinly veiled. It was just anti-Semitism. So that's actually not a bingo. Close, though. Close. The Nathan Thompson thing didn't end up counting because it was just blatant anti-Semitism. It wasn't thinly veiled.
From fluoride, including decreased melatonin production and other effects on normal pineal function, which in turn could contribute to a variety of bad effects in humans. In fact, studies...
How thin does the veil have to be? It has to exist. He wasn't hiding it at all. Oh, it's okay, Ben Gay Pride. That's fine. That's what we check it for. He basically just said he thinks that Jewish people are controlling the world and that, like, it's nefarious. It wasn't thinly veiled at all. It was just straight up anti-Semitism.
From Harvard and China's Shanghai Health Institute may even have linked fluoride to reduced IQ in children and even suggest that it could be toxic to a developing brain.
What we have on the bingo card right now is someone doesn't understand how cameras work, word salad, reptoids, deep state, satanic child abuse, flat earth, and spurious symbology. Did I say deep state? We should also have deep state. Yeah, I have the deep state. See ya, Daddy Sume. Thanks for coming to the stream.
There's nothing
as well
funny
as being
about the
linked
tools
to
of
certain types of
capitalism.
cancer, it's also been shown to destroy the male reproductive system in rabbits. The bottom...
Good thing human beings aren't rabbits. Let's see. Fluoride. Safe? Question mark? Countries that do not fluorinate their water have also seen big drops in the rate of cavities. Since the mid-1940s, compounds containing the mineral fluoride have been added to community water supplies throughout the U.S. to prevent tooth decay. Health concerns expressed by opponents have largely been dismissed until recently. Now evidence is mounting that in an era of fluoridated toothpaste and other consumer products that boost dental health, the potential risks for consuming fluoridated water may outweigh the benefits for some individuals. Last summer, for the first time in 53 years, the U.S. Public Health Service lowered its recommendation levels of fluoride in drinking water. That's interesting, considering we live in an era of toothpaste and stuff that is fluoridated. Like they said, I guess it might be redundant. So I could see that, but I don't think it's necessarily dangerous for you.
The bottom line is, the benefit to risk ratio on water fluoridation is unclear due to a lack of good evidence, with most people not even knowing that they're drinking it. If the conspiracy theories are to be believed, professors doing this research have been met with numerous attempts to discredit them. Stephen Peckham, director...
Every researcher faces attempts to discredit them. That's how peer review works.
...of the Center for Health Services at the University of Kent and professor at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine at the University of Toronto, has had his research of water fluoridation rejected from dental health journals.
It probably sucks then? It probably sucks. People get their research denied from getting put in journals all the time. It isn't a conspiracy. Maybe their research is just bad.
He's even spoken out about being accused of statistics hacking and for research that made the link between fluoride and hypothyroidism. It seems as though someone does not want this info getting out. Entertainment and subliminal messaging. The entertainment industry has been a source of conspiracies for a long time, with often disturbing subliminal messages in children's entertainment, such as references to suicide and sex found in everything from Disney movies to SpongeBob. But it often goes deeper and darker. The entertainment industry, especially Disney, has seen several instances of hiring young children, making them into massive celebrities, making a fortune off of them, and driving them insane. This is...
Yeah, becoming a celebrity at a young age isn't good for your mental health, as it turns out.
Also happened with the K-pop industry, with their so-called slave contracts that forced the young singers into decades of servitude, having them work endless hour days and running them to the point of exhaustion. There are actually many instances of these young singers collapsing on stage due to exhaustion. This also links back to the conversation of pedophilia networks. For many celebrities have now spoken out about how bad Hollywood really is for pedophilia, including people like Brad Pitt, Elijah Wood, Evan Rachel Wood, and Corey Feldman.
Yeah, again, like I said, child trafficking and child abuse in general is a serious problem. Wherever there's power dynamics involved, and Hollywood is a good example where you have casting directors or agents or whoever in the industry who have the potential to make or break your career, then you are going to feel, because of the power differential, more inclined to shut up if you are abused, right? We saw the same thing in the Catholic Church with their child sex abuse scandals. Basically, whenever there's an adult who has a ton of power over a child, that kind of thing tends to run rampant. It's a problem. But when you wrap this stuff up in a bunch of QAnon bullshit, then it discredits the actual problem. And that's not good. Like, we need to address, like, actual child predators. That's an issue that needs to be addressed. But by wrapping it in this, like, adrenochrome, like, fluoride is evil, all this sort of nonsense, all you do is make people look at a real-world problem, child predators, and not take it seriously. You're hurting the cause by doing this, and it's pretty disgusting.
The news. The news often perpetuates a story that things are bad and getting worse. There is a consistent theme.
You're literally doing the same thing. At the beginning of this video, you literally were like, everything's bad and it's getting worse.
From the news of toxicity. And as people watch this in mass, we come to believe it, and thus perpetuate it. The people running the news command more attention by spreading this kind of information because bad news gets more attention than positive stories, and therefore, we continue to create this reality. When you are constantly looking at the world in a negative light, you are not looking at your own light. In fact, you don't even know that there is light within you. There is only darkness, shadows, and frightening imagery. And so what happens? But humanity falls further and further into a world of self-created delusion. It's also worth mentioning that even the local news is ultimately both written for and controlled by a unified source, regardless of the network. Just watch this clip and you'll see how bad it really is.
Our country.
The sharing of this is a clip from, oh god, what's the name of the company? I'm forgetting the name. But there's a conservative news organization that basically bought up and continues to buy up a ridiculous number of local news networks. And it is not good. Sinclair, that's the name, thank you. Sinclair has been buying up tons of local news networks all around the country to try and push messaging that they think is good.
And false news has become all too common on social media.
The sharing of biased and
False news has become all too common on social media.
More alarming, some media outlets
That's right, capitalism.
without checking facts first.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think. And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Mass surveillance. The Medal of Honor for revealing this really goes to Edward Snowden, the whistleblower who brought to the collective attention how the Secret Service of the US and UK governments had the ability to spy on literally everyone.
I thought it was Homeland Security.
Tracking metadata, watching everywhere that you go, and what you're up to. The first program to be revealed was PRISM, which allows for court-approved direct access to
NSA,
Americans'
my bad.
Google and Yahoo accounts and everything in them. Then came Tempora, a British Black Ops surveillance program run by the NSA's British partner, GCHQ. This includes stuff like call databases, numbers, text messages, and even a secret court order requiring Verizon to hand the NSA millions of Americans' phone records daily. One of Snowden's most frightening statements came in 2013, when he explained that by using the X-Keyscore program, I, sitting at my desk, could wiretap anyone, from you or your accountant, to a federal judge or even the president, if I had a personal email. The NSA's top-secret black budget, obtained by Snowden, exposed the successes and failures of over 16 spy agencies comprising the US intelligence community, and revealed that the NSA was paying US private tech companies for clandestine access to their communications networks. All in all, it was revealed that the NSA was harvesting millions of emails and instant messaging contact lists, searching email content, tracking and mapping the location of cell phones, undermining attempts at encryption via Bull Run, and that the agency was using cookies to piggyback on the same tools used by internet advertisers to pinpoint targets for government hacking and to bolster surveillance. And yet, after all of this info being dropped, it has mysteriously disappeared from mainstream discussion. Our belief systems. We do it to ourselves. At some level, we have to take responsibility for ourselves. As easy as it may be to point the finger at the ruling elite, and there's no question, justice must be served, we must also recognize ourselves as a part of the problem through our own beliefs, herd mentality, and lack of mindfulness and unwillingness to strive for wisdom. If we wish to truly be a part of the solution, I know you've heard this before, but it's more serious than ever. Be the change you wish to see in the world. As Bruce Lipton has demonstrated with his groundbreaking work in epigenetics, our very beliefs affect our biological systems in deep and very impactful ways. If we can believe we can live a happy life, then we can. And if we believe that it's impossible, then we actually shut off ourselves and our bodies from receiving and experiencing satisfaction. Further, people will often try and rope their friends into their belief systems in order to validate their own opinions and perspectives. And so what we're dealing with here is a mass field of consciousness that is trying to push its beliefs onto everyone else, and the truth is muddled and lost. Generally speaking, all of this unconsciousness keeps us small, and we do it to ourselves. The collective mindset often appears to lack any interest in education, learning, wisdom, or connecting with truth, and in this may compel us to outrageous levels of stupidity. Now, at some level, we must be able to laugh at ourselves, because humans are notorious for often doing very dumb things. And in today's day and age, these things are often captured on camera and shared for all to see, which fills up Reddit and YouTube channels to no end. For example, scrolling through Reddit's Our What Could Go Wrong channel will bring endless laughter at the ridiculous things that people do every day. Yet, it is also a clear reflection of our lack of ability to generally exercise a higher consciousness on a regular basis. If we really want to evolve, we have to do better. From the very top of the chain to the very bottom, it seems clear that there is a problem. At the beginning of this chapter, we said that there is a sickness running through the underbelly of human consciousness. And while we have explored the idea that this sickness may be perpetuated and inflicted upon us by a demonic consciousness, whether it's sick, twisted psychopaths, a reptilian species, or demonic entities themselves, the truth is that we actively perpetuate it by staying asleep, pessimistic, and disconnected. And such is the nature of this chapter within the conspiracy theory of everything. Upon exploring the spiritual path, we can see that we remain complacent due to the disconnection of our souls. For when we live just from the ego, we live as self-centered, materialistic, pleasure-seeking beings who do not actively perceive or care for the search for anything greater. The soul is the voice of truth, love, and compassion within you, the most authentic and highest version of you. It is the eye of awareness within your heart that connects you to—
This is so much nonsense. I'm sorry, I'm not saying a lot at this point. I'm so burnt out on this shit.
Everything, that sees and knows that all things are connected. However, in mass, there are so many who are disconnected from the soul and don't even believe that it exists. Thus, ideas like this are often ridiculed and demeaned by the masses, which further perpetuates the soulless body of human consciousness running rampant.
Okay. Look, there are problems with society. A lot of it has to do with having a ruling class that has very much and a working class that has very little. There are absolute problems that come out of this, up to and including some of the things you mentioned: child trafficking, trafficking in general. A lot of these things happen because we effectively have a class of people who are immune from the law. We have people who get away with things because they are so powerful relative to your average person that nothing can touch them, and that is emblematic of problems that we have in not only this country, but in global capitalism as a whole. Stop trying to include nonsense about like adrenochrome and spiritual woo-woo bullshit, and actually look at the material conditions of the world around you and look for solutions based on that reality, raising class consciousness and making sure that people don't have the ability to get so powerful that they become immune to all consequences. That would be a huge step in the right direction. But when you start muddying the waters with this sort of absolute nonsense, all you've done is make it more difficult for people to accurately assess the problems that we face as a species, as a society, whatever you want to say. All you've done is completely bring red herrings into the picture that are just throwing people off the actual issues that we are dealing with.
A body of ego. Obviously, this makes it very easy for the elite to control the collective mind using all of the ways that we've explored, because we are not operating from a state of higher collective consciousness. Rather, we are operating as if we are chickens with our heads cut off. Yet, if even but a glimpse of the soul can be seen, which often happens through lucid dreams, near-death experiences, psychedelic experiences, or other personal transformational revelations, an individual is usually changed forever. It is very difficult to go back to the way things were when you suddenly see and experience within that you are a part of something so much greater than yourself.
AKA, you took a whole shitload of mushrooms.
And that your own thoughts, feelings, and actions have a direct impact on the world around you. How could you go back to being ignorant of this once you know a higher truth? We must be mindful that solving this problem must be taken from both ends of the spectrum. Those who are perpetuating the crimes against humanity, the mass manipulation, the pedophiles, the rapists, the murderers, all of them must be brought to justice. However, if we think this will solve all of our problems, we are sorely mistaken. For if we remain asleep and complacent, we remove one leader and a new one just takes its place, and the cycle continues forever. Thus, the other half of the equation is that we must also take it upon ourselves, each of us, to evolve our way of thinking, to heal the connection with our soul, and to be examples of what it means to be virtuous, soulful, and compassionate. But again, this is only still just the beginning, for our journey of waking up also stands in alignment with the evolution of technology and the introduction of new tech that will forever shape the future as we know it.
Oh, God. It's so exhausting. Why is this in particular so exhausting? Conspiracy theory. How many videos do they have in the conspiracy theory of everything? Let me take a look. Conspiracy theory. Oh, God. That was only part 2, and they're up to part 8. They fit so much bullshit in one video. How much more could there possibly be to cover? Ugh. My hair's all fucky. Moving on. Let me do these bit messages. Ugh. Neko Lillian with 20 bits. I think you're going to read this after the video. Nice outfit. I love the new Tinfoil Tuesday outfit. Want to see the goggles on. Oh, I had the goggles on earlier. They're pretty cool. Tiger White 94, 20 bits. This QAnon conspiracy about adrenochrome is basically that joke revelation in South Park episode where Chef dies. Yeah, basically. Tucker White 94, 20 bits. If anything, Hillary Clinton was probably there to keep Bill's ass out of trouble. Neko Lillian with 20 bits, just testing something. Have some money for my test. Thank you. Tucker White, I love how Jordan just overlooks Trump, who we know visited Epstein's island multiple times, and who probably had more to lose than Clinton with Epstein being alive. Enlid, reptile wins. Stupidity. Tucker White, Jordan, the deep state elite control us because they have all the monies. Tucker White, well, his talk about Monsanto was solid once I planted some seeds and then Cheetos popped out of the ground. Squid with 20 bits for reference, the Spirit Science Healing with Food movie was a terrible movie. I'm shocked. Creeping Darkness, I love and hate watching your stream. It keeps giving me ideas I want to do and making, have to make decisions, lol. Brofess Oroke, thank you for following. Quasi Shuffle Kitty with 20 bits. I'm so glad he explains that the connection between fluoride and the spiritual plane is meditated by the relationship of the pineal gland's connection to the third eye. Tucker White. Ooh, Alcoa. This is hitting right across town for me. That XY girl. Gotta go have the rest of my paltry bit supply. Have a great evening. I assume they're gone, but thank you. Neko Lillian with 300 bits, giving extra because it's a bit off topic, but thought this was interesting. Did you hear the woman who was Rudy's star witness not only got a cease and desist letter, but also exposed by Dominion? She was only hired to clean the machines and other minimal tasks. She wasn't a tech like she said she was. Drunk lady? Say it ain't so, drunk lady. Yeah, I have that pulled up. UVD Semper Virens, thank you for following. Tucker White, I just need Hannah to mention Cheese Hot Pockets and I win. Me mentioning that in the bits message doesn't count, obviously. Rachy Rambles, thank you for gifting a sub. Sims for Bernie, thank you for following. Big Sky Pioneer, does anyone else have whiplash from how we went from child essay to fluoride water? Yeah, that video was all over the place. Tucker White with 20 bits. The Mouse. Ho-ho! Jordan's getting DMCA'd for mentioning our work, and so are you, Hannah. Ho-ho! Tucker White 94. Jordan news stations perpetuate things getting bad and worse because things are getting bad and worse. Mitchell Drummer with 70 bits becomes the new bit leader. Kidder, thank you for following. The Shadow Witch says, yeah, the damn peer-reviewed journals are rigged. I sent mine in on how the lizard people were secretly helping Bill Gates create robot toasters that are populating Mars, mining it for the chocolate to sell back to us at inflated rate in order to raise money for the creation of the giant green one who will impregnate humanity with his army of 5G blenders. Reject it. Bunch of bullshit. Toasters on Mars. I saw a movie about that once. It's definitely true. Enlid with 20 bits. I get this at the local level too as a reporter. People think we just want to publish bad news. We publish what's happening, whether it's good or bad. Yeah, we have to publish news about mistakes made by the city or environmental damage to the nearby lake. It's happening. The Creeping Darkness. This is hilarious. Thought I'd share. Let me see if I can find that link back in the chat somewhere. It might be from a while ago. Yeah, it's too far back. I can't scroll up that high. You can repost the link if you want. See a corner with 20 bits. If you don't know the government could spy on you pre-Snowden, you weren't really paying attention. Session 1155. Thank you for following. There we go. Thank you. Is Texas's Dan Patrick prepared to part with his $1 million reward? Yeah, this was after they did find voter fraud, but it was people voting for Trump with their dead mother's absentee ballot. That was funny. Tucker White. Jordan, just open up and let the hate flow into you. Quasi Shuffle Kitty, more bits. Lavender Amberly with 300 bits. Thank you. Now we're all caught up. Nice. So little time, but we still have some stuff. I could keep going for a little bit. Do I want to do this? Vaccine video or one about Wayfair? I'm going to do a poll and we'll decide with the poll. Okay, do you want me to do the video on vaccines or the video on Wayfair? People are that one, if you don't know. I think the vaccine one is if you know about anti-vaxxers, you'll know what that's about. Wayfair is the conspiracy that the company Wayfair is shipping people children with their cabinets. Basically child trafficking via online store. Wayfair's winning so far. It's different. We've been doing a lot of vaccine stuff the past couple weeks, so. Looks like Wayfair's probably gonna win it. Yeah, Wayfair's gonna win, I'm pretty sure. I'll save the other one for another time, though. I won't just trash it. I'll save that under conspiracy stuff for, like, next week or something. Wayfair wins. Alright, so here's a video on Wayfair. Wayfair is a website where you can buy furniture and stuff, I think. Let me see, Wayfair. I've never used them. Wayfair. Looks like they have furniture and decor and appliances and stuff. They sell fixtures. Looks like a furniture store mixed with a little bit of maybe Bed Bath & Beyond online. You get it. Whoa, that's loud. Sorry. Oh, very intense opening. This isn't all overly dramatic. Lovely. Tier 1, basically. Sure. They think they're very badass.
Alright guys, doing an impromptu video here because something was brought to our attention today, and it was actually big enough, and what we saw was it was enough to make me want to go ahead and do this really quick video to bring some of your attention. So a lot of you by now, you may have heard about the Wayfair scandal, right, where they were selling the cabinets for 15.
Scandal. It wasn't a scandal if you're not a crazy person who thinks that they're selling cabinets with children in them.
$16,000 with kids' names on them. And, there was definitely something weird about that. I mean, there's no explanation for it. Wayfair just denies it. And, of course, because they deny it, we're supposed to just accept that it's fact.
You're supposed to accept that it's fact because you have no evidence at all that any sort of nefarious illegal activity is going on. You just claimed it because the cabinets were named after people. They seem to think like, oh, they were named after children. What does that mean, named after children? Children grow up and still have names. They were just named after, like, people. The cabinet, kind of like how, the IKEA things will be called, like, oh, the Schmorgenskapen do whatever. These cabinets had names. They just happened to be in English. They were English names, and they were named after people. And they're like, oh my god, this cabinet is named Chelsea. That must mean that when I buy this cabinet, they ship me a child named Chelsea. It's incredibly stupid.
Well, we actually found something today. Something was brought to my attention today by a sister in Christ of ours, Sarah. And I want to share this with you because first it was Wayfair, right? And again, a lot of you may have, you might have heard about this and whatnot, but I want you to see this. So we're on Amazon, and my wife actually confirmed it first, and then I kind of checked it out afterwards. But on Amazon, if you go searching for a sling bag and then somebody a sling bag, you'll see a picture of bags. And in the bags, you see what appears to be a woman's face with duct tape on it. Now, I screen recorded from my phone so that you could see the images here, because what happened was, you'll notice in the first image when you see the video, and I'm going to show you in a second here, you're going to notice this right away, that they started removing the image. Now, a couple years ago, apparently somebody said it was a cover of a hate magazine. It's not. You could see words clearly written across the face. And I can't make out what they are. You know, one picture looks like it might say ISIS. Another one looks like it has a P and an E in front of the mouth.
Ah, yes, as we all know, Amazon.com, which is owned by famous billionaire ISIS. Cool.
But I want you to see this for yourself. This is the search on Amazon when you go looking for a sling bag from the NCAA, okay? So you're going to notice this first bag here. You notice the picture's already gone, okay? And you're gonna see that the face is here in a second. You see the face in that bag? I know it's kind of small there, but if you look inside it, you'll see a face in the bag. Some of them have already been removed.
Yeah, that's clearly a magazine in the bag. That's like a magazine cover or something.
Amazon is already removing these images. And there really is no explanation for it. So if you actually go on Amazon, and I'll find the link again and post it there, you can see it there clear as day in that one image there.
Hold on. The Northwest Company officially licensed NCAA leadoff sling bag. Sling bag, that's what it is. Okay, so here's one of the bags. It's $30. If this is like supposed to be related to the Wayfair thing, are they claiming that if I buy this bag for $30, I'll get a human being? Wow. It's like HD TVs. The price of human slaves has gone down absolutely crazy in the last 10 years. $30, and I probably get the bag too. That's a good deal. A bag and a human being? What a good deal.
Something definitely weird is going on here.
Or, alternative theory here. Hear me out. I know this is going to be absolutely crazy. Or, when they were taking photos for this, for some reason, someone decided to throw a magazine in the bag. Is it a weird photo? Yeah, I would tend to agree. But that doesn't make it nefarious. It's just a weird product picture they took. Is it Prime, too? Oh, no, Prime. Gotta pay for shipping. No, free shipping! Okay. It's not Prime, though. So, not gonna get it in 2 days. So, if you need to get a human being, probably find a different thing that's giving you a human being for $30.
And if there's nothing wrong... If there's nothing wrong with whatever this is, if this is just a magazine like they say it is, then why are they quickly, within minutes, on that first Buckeyes bag, why did they within minutes remove that image?
Let's take a look. Let's take a look at some of these other ones. I need more of these bags. Where are the bags? Can I just search this store? I don't search Amazon stores very often. I just need the bags. Where are the bags? There's a bag. Heh. It's only 7 pages. We can go through these. Lots of sports stuff. Sling, where are your sling bags, goddammit? I'm just gonna have to search it on Amazon here in a sec. Because maybe it was from another company. Hold on. Sling bags. Okay. Now we can try and search it out. How many sling bags are on Amazon? Jesus, Bezos. No, someone has... Okay, people are linking it. Thank you. Other people have better Amazon abilities than me, apparently. Yeah, it's the same one. Okay. So now we have the Buckeyes bag, and it does look like they took out the middle part. Probably because weirdos started being like, oh my god, did you see this thing? And they probably blacked it out because QAnon weirdos were emailing them or something. And who wants that? I don't want to be in communication with QAnon believers. That is funny, though.
I mean, within minutes of this, of Sarah finding this and putting it out there, and then we did a video on the Bible Preachers channel there, just a screenshot video, they immediately removed it. So the explanation is, and it's one of the commenters, if you look on Amazon there, let me get the link for you to put in the description here. If you look at the comments, well, somebody says, well, you know, it's just a no hate magazine. I've seen the cover of the no hate thing with the duct tape of the no hate. I'm sorry, but that does not look like no hate there. That is not the no hate if you look at the...
Let me look for this. Because I'm not sure what they're referencing. But it did look like a magazine cover in the bag.
Pictures here. Let me get the link for you guys. And put it so you can search for yourself. And copy link. And I will put this in the comments here. Okay. I mean, this is, and look, I don't know if it's definitely that. There's definitely something going on here. There's definitely something nefarious about this. I mean,
you're using definitely in a very misleading way. What do you mean definitely? Because they have a weird picture for their product doesn't make it nefarious.
Through here real quick again. Yeah, that image you could see. I mean, you know what? Let me do a screenshot here for you guys. I'm gonna put the link in the description of this video. You guys can check it out for yourself. But I'm gonna do a screen capture here. Let me lower my email here, and you guys can see this for yourself. All right, give me 1 second while I get my.
Oh, it was one of those no hate things. I get. Okay.
This is pretty freaky stuff.
Gotcha.
Like I said, I don't know what's going on. It definitely. I don't know. You have to see it for yourself. But I'm going to do a screen grab here. Let me put the audio on so you guys can see it here. And I'm going to do this live while we're together here. So let me flip this over here. All right. Let me move this Amazon window here. Okay. So what you'll notice first is, you know, I'll scroll here. You can see the color here. This clearly has been fixed, right? This has been photoshopped. You can clearly see that image there. It's definitely different. You could tell, right? The contents inside the bag that have been removed. I mean,
No, that doesn't count as the gay agenda.
You can clearly see that for yourself. So if you go down to, I know they have different designs, different styles. I just got to find them here. So let's go. Let's start at the top. Let's go Alabama. All right, that one's closed. Let's go Auburn Tigers. Florida Gators.
Is he going to go one by one? You should have prepared this.
That's been changed. Since we found it, this has been changed. They're literally removing this stuff. Look, another one. That's been changed too.
Again, they probably are, because QAnon people probably immediately started, like, hammering their store and sending them emails like, you people are blah, 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 blah. And they're like, oh, God. They called whoever they do their promotional images and had them Photoshop it real quick.
That was there. If you look at the video, that was there. Amazon would never, because Amazon is so righteous, right? Come on now. This one here.
This isn't a product being sold by Amazon. This is being sold by a third-party seller on Amazon. Do you not know the difference?
This was removed. We have a picture of the face in there. It's been removed. This was all done just recently. They removed all these images. Why?
Because weirdos like you will make videos to your 533,000 subscribers and get them to come harass the people who deal with customer complaints for their bags, and it's going to be, I guarantee, the inbox for the poor people who deal with this company, whoever worked for this company. I guarantee they got 10,000 emails that were like, you are in on the cabal, Rah! All caps emails. Barely legible.
And look, you guys, I'm not even a conspiracy guy, but man, something...
Kind of think that's probably untrue. Let's take a look at the other channels on this channel. Or the other videos on this channel, rather. Not a conspiracy guy. Oh no, I was delivered from homosexuality. Oh no, it's a pray the gay away person. Oh. Okay. Looks like a lot of religious stuff. Looks like a lot of quite religious stuff. I kind of doubt he's not a conspiracy. Oh, the Mask of the Beast. Yeah, that's a conspiracy, believing that the mask is the mark of the beast. That would be an end-time conspiracy theory. So no, I'm guessing you are a conspiracy theorist. This guy might be good for Chud Watch. He's got a lot of anti-LGBT stuff.
Something's not right here. This has been removed. I mean, you can see that. So if there's nothing wrong, why is that? Why are they removing the images?
Because people like you are crazy and are bothering them about this.
Right? I mean, this is definitely, I mean, within minutes. This has been removed. I just showed you guys this screenshot I took, and that's why I took that screenshot video. This has been removed. This guy works for eBay? I work for eBay? Wow.
Is he seriously going to spend 20 minutes just looking at these fucking bags?
So, again, you know what? Let me do something else. Let me enlarge this for you here so you guys can clearly see this better, okay? So I'm going to enlarge it here. There you go. So you guys can clearly, you guys will get a better idea now. Can you see the faces or not? It looks a little blurry here on my end.
Yeah, it looks like a magazine or something that they stuck in there. I don't know why. It looks stupid, but that's not nefarious. To be clear, the claim he is making here, without officially saying it, when he brings up the Wayfarer thing and he compares it to this, he is claiming that for $30 to $35, I saw the one that was $35, that this is going to send you a human person for $35. That's the claim that's being made in this video.
Oh, wait. There it is. And the Trojans one, which we saw was removed, right? So, here, let me blow this up a little bit more. You guys already saw that this is directly on Amazon, so let me do this. Can you guys see that? Is that better? See the face? I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to make it better for you guys, but it doesn't look like... It looks like...
And again, yeah, you could go buy this bag. You can go buy this. It's on Amazon. Go buy the bag. Get the bag. See it's just a bag. And be like, oh, it's just a bag.
It's actually not getting any better. So let's try this. See that face right there? Gone. That's the ducks. It's gone. Okay? So you can clearly see this here, right? You saw that. The ducks was there. The Trojan one has it there. The Trojans have it there. The ducks have it there. Okay, this was just a little bit ago. I recorded this on my phone maybe a half an hour ago. Maybe a half an hour ago. Okay? Maybe. So you saw the ducks right there. There's the ducks. You see that face in there.
He seriously just goes on and on about these fucking bags. Really? You gonna add anything to the discussion?
My concern here is this, is that if they did nothing wrong, if there's nothing nefarious about this, why remove it within seconds?
Again, because of you people.
In minutes, sorry. Within minutes, they removed it. It's gone. Okay? Within minutes. So, this is, I mean, we already know that children are being trafficked. Again, I don't know what the deal is here, but something definitely isn't right. They removed it. You said they took down the bag completely? Let me see. Huh? Yeah, that's not.
That's in Sarah Cleveland's.
Yeah, see, something's not.
No, hold on.
That's.
Looks like maybe this picture, but zoomed in. I'm not sure. There's a lot of the no hate things. Could be just a different magazine photo of someone with tape over their mouth too for some other thing.
You know, and part of what we do is, you know, this is something here, you know, evaluate it for yourselves. I work for nobody, but you do to myself being a love machine.
There's people who are still seeing it.
Are they?
People are posting 4 minutes ago.
It's not, well, I just did it just now. It's not there.
Okay, well, you gotta go through Sarah's feed.
I wanted you to see this for yourself. You know, evaluate it, because there's a lot of weird stuff going on out there. Wayfair got caught, and I'm sorry, but...
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. A bunch of crazy people, like yourself, made a bunch of baseless claims, and that's about it.
Their excuse for justifying a $20,000 cabinet, saying whatever, no, it's wrong. Okay? Now, I'm not a conspiracy guy, but...
I'm not a conspiracy guy. I just think people are selling children through Amazon for $35 using sports bags as a front. Okay.
Again, you know, this is the first time I've ever done a video like this, right? You guys have never seen me do one like this before. But this was important enough, and it was something that I think that we should evaluate and look into more and be on the lookout for this, because, you know, we hear all these kind of things about kids being kidnapped and kids being trafficked, and, you know, I've heard the Pizzagate stuff, and again, I never bought much into the conspiracy, but with Wayfair, with this now, and again, I'm not saying this is child trafficking, but it sure looks to be something.
Make a claim, you absolute weasel. That's my least favorite thing, when people are like, I'm not saying, I'm just saying. Don't disassociate from what you're saying. If you're making a claim, make the claim. Make the claim. Say the stupid thing you're implying out loud. You think they are selling children for $35 on Amazon. Say it out loud. If you're ashamed because of how stupid that sounds, rethink it and don't say it. Don't make the video, because it is stupid. You should feel ashamed of thinking that stupid thought and then making a video spreading that stupid thought to other people.
Just a magazine, like some people said it is, then why take it down? Why black out those images within minutes, okay? Why? Okay? Either this is just a really freaky coincidence, or there's something going on here that's more afoot. And we already know that our world is messed up. We already know that the world, you know, Jesus is coming soon. We already know.
Every Christian since 33 AD, the world is ending soon. Any day now. Any day now, guys.
That the Lord, you know, that our redemption draws nigh. But we need to be in the watch out. We need to make sure we are aware and that we are looking, because, you know, things in this world, things are hastening. They are going fast and they are going furious. You know, Black Lives Matter, Antifa, Wayfair, Amazon, Pizzagate, whatever you want to call it.
Black Lives Matter is involved in the $35 transactions of people now. I'm pretty sure out of all the groups, Black Lives Matter would see the owning of other people as no bueno, if I had to take a guess.
This stuff is crazy, and this is why we say, you know, keep your kids close. You know, my kids are, you know, my oldest is going to be 17 in September, and she don't go anywhere without us. We don't let our kids out of our sight.
Oh, your kids hate you and are going to cut off contact as soon as they possibly can.
Okay? Because of stuff like this. You know, the days of playing out in the street, even in your own front yard, are over. You know, because these people are wicked. You have Facebook now banning any post about conversion therapy, saying that, you know, even spiritual therapy doesn't work, that it's all, you know, psychologists say it doesn't work. Tell
Correct.
that to the hundreds of thousands of men and women who've been set free by the power of Jesus Christ, by the blood of Jesus, who've been set free from that wicked lifestyle.
We're going to have to watch some of his conversion therapy stuff on Chud Watch. I guarantee that's going to be amazing.
Okay? Christians need to stand up. Christians need to speak out. You cannot hide your heads anymore. You cannot bury your heads in the sand anymore. Okay? You can't. I'm sorry, you just can't. We are at war. We are literally at war. And if you don't know that, if you're not engaged in this fight, then you're going to be eaten up by it. You're going to be killed by these people. Okay? You can't ignore this simply as, you know, these are nothing more than just wild conspiracies. Because while I agree there are a lot of conspiracy nuts out there, some of the stuff is not. Some of the stuff deserves our attention. Some of it needs to be monitored. Some of it needs to be watched. People are dying. A mother was killed yesterday because of Black Lives Matter. Children are kidnapped over in Detroit out there. Children are trafficked up there and you don't even hear about it. Okay? They're taken out of this country within 48 hours. This actually happens. They're being pushed into pornography.
We know child trafficking is a real thing that happens, and it's awful, which is why when people like you muddy the waters by bringing conspiracy bullshit like they're selling children on Amazon for $35, you make a mockery of the whole thing, when really it's something that should and is generally taken very seriously.
That's right, capitalistic propaganda.
You know, I mean, this is wicked. This is sick. And we're just going to sit there and act like, oh, everything's okay still, that nothing's going on here, that, you know, it's just, well, it is what it is. It's just harmless fun. It's not. There's an agenda here, okay? And it's all about recruiting children. It's all about trafficking children. It's all about sexualizing kids. It's happening right under our noses, and we still go about our lives as if nothing's going on here, completely oblivious to what's taking place in our world. It's really sad. How could you call yourself a Christian filled with the Holy Spirit if you don't even have the discernment to see what's going on in front of your eyes? And if you do see it and do nothing about it, you're just as guilty. Matter of fact, you may be even more guilty. It is time to wake up and be the church. And I'm going to play our outro on this because I think it's, again, relevant to this. This is Eric Ludy. Gave me permission to use this. You know, we have to organize. We have to organize. We have no choice. If these people can do it like that, so can we. You know, that's why we created Social Cross, you guys, because Facebook is not going to let us do it. You put an event in Facebook. If they don't like you, they're gonna cut the distribution of it. That's why we have the Works for Christ app. That's why we have Social Cross, so we can put these things together. That's why we have the Street Preacher Conference coming here in October, okay? Street preachers from across the country coming here. Christians are coming across to discuss these very things. How do we organize? What do? We have to be organized. We have to be together. We have to be unified to stand against this wickedness. So if you haven't yet, download either one of those apps. You know, get your churches. Do what you got to do. I'll create a whole event thing on Social Cross right now. I don't care. If it means getting the information out there, give me suggestions for Social Cross and how to do this. I will put an events tab on there so you and your individual profiles can create events and invite people there from outside of it. And we won't limit the distribution. I'll work on that today. But that's what we have to do. We have to utilize these things to come together.
Yeah, that is fishy. He has 533,000 subscribers, but his videos get like 1,500 views, 1,600 views, 2,500 views, 1.2 thousand views, 649. Like, my videos get more views than this sometimes, and I only have 8,000 subscribers. Did he buy a bunch of fake subscribers or something so he could have a big sub count? Because, like, why are his views so low if he has 500,000 subscribers? And none of his videos have high views. Look, 6.5 thousand views from a year ago. 5,000 views from a year ago. Those are his highest viewed videos. Here's a 7,000. You know what I mean? It is absolutely impossible that he has 500,000 subscribers. Plug his channel into Social Blade. Good idea. Let's do that. And he's a verified channel. Like, what the heck? Like, how? How in the world? Monthly gain video views. At a certain point, he lost 125 million video views. That's very strange. Did a bunch of his content, like, get erased? And maybe those were the popular videos because it was TOS or something? Monthly gain subscribers. And he's been losing subscribers since 2018 every month, which I get. Hannon and Jake is the same. But, like, where did he get all these subscribers from? I'm so confused. Detailed statistics. Total subscribers, total video views. Very strange. That's 2019. Why doesn't it go back further? Total subscribers. January 20... Why doesn't it go back any further? Weird. Yeah, at some point he just started hemorrhaging subs. But I don't even understand. It must be like here when he must have had like all of his videos deleted at some point for some reason. And then he had to start over. Maybe it started as something else, potentially. I don't know. Yeah, he has more subs than video views. Very strange. Maybe if I just search it. Is there any articles on it, maybe? YouTube demonetizes... Oh, no thanks. YouTube demonetizes Warrior for Christ page with over 500,000 followers. Tennessee resident Richard Penkoski leads the pre-denominational ministry Warriors for Christ, which claims that snatching people from hell is our business. In addition to holding protests in opposition to drag queen story hour events across the country, the ministry regularly posts videos on YouTube and Facebook, voicing biblical objections to homosexuality, transgender identity, and abortion. Yeah, probably had some homophobic videos that ended up having to get deleted, and those were probably the big ones or something. I don't know. Or it's a bunch of bots. Either way. I don't know. Very, very strange, though. Either way.
And pray and preach.
Maybe you bought a channel that had 500,000 subs. Possible. That does happen.
Yet, please consider subscribe. Hit that little bell to hit the notification button so you know when we go live or when we bring you new content here. You know, again, if you haven't downloaded our apps yet, we have a Words for Christ app as well as Social Cross. Social Cross, for you who don't know, Social Cross is a Christian social media app that was designed by Christians for Christians to speak the truth, spread the truth.
He's just in the self-promotional stuff. Yeah, very strange. I'm very curious. Did they buy a channel a year ago? Did they... Which would make sense why they lost all the video views, because someone... That's a thing you can do. You can post a bunch of content, get a bunch of subscribers, and then sell the channel to someone, and it already has a bunch of subscribers. They then delete all the old content and rebrand the entire channel, and it already has all those subscribers. So maybe that's what happened, like a year ago. Maybe he bought one, and that's why he's been losing subscribers every month since then. Because people are like, when did I subscribe to this channel? Because when they subscribed, it was an entirely different channel. It would also explain why they lost millions and millions of views all at once, because they deleted all the old content. I don't know. That's what I'm going with, because it seems like it makes the most sense to me, but I have no idea. Very strange. This channel is the real conspiracy. What the heck is up with this channel and its sub count versus its view count? Anyway. That's probably enough of that for now. I'll save this vaccine video for next week. Subscribe to my YouTube channel if you haven't already. Here's a link in the chat. No one got bingo, right? I'll gift it to someone randomly then, because I don't think anyone got bingo. Gift a sub, does whatever a gift sub does.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Staying quiet now. You've been gifted a sub randomly. Heyo. Enjoy the sub and the emotes and stuff. How much does a channel that size even cost? He probably doesn't get that much money with his content. I don't know. Let me see. Buy a YouTube channel with subs. YouTube channels for sale. Fame swap. Yeah, here we go. This one has 89,000. This one has just 170. Do we have a 500,000 one? What can we sort by audience? I need the opposite though. There we go. Okay. Let me get to the 500,000 ones and we can take a look. Okay, this one's 576. How much does this cost? Channel, blah, blah, blah. Where is the price? Oh, you gotta log in to get a price. I'm not doing that. Interesting, though, that you can sell your channel. All the prices are hidden. Of course they are. Ridiculous. I just want to know how much they cost. For reference. Okay, let me get to, these bit messages before we call it a night, and I'll raid someone. I'm sure this is going to autoplay something, which I'm going to have to pause. Quasi Shuffle Kitty with 20 bits says more bits, thank you. Lavender Amberly with 300 bits, thank you. Neko Lillian with 20 bits. I hate this intro, it's so cringy with the Deus Night shit, yeah. Tucker White with 20 bits. So we go from a badass intro to a dork on a webcam. Truly, we've set a high bar. Tucker White again. I once bought a chair named Jenny from Wayfair, and they sent me a table with a woman named Tim. Tucker White, unless that Auburn bag comes with a War Eagle, then it's not worth $30. Overbeb, thanks for following. Ashy Boo, why the hell would they ship people's kids in normal items? Wouldn't someone have ordered the bag or something from Wayfair and gotten a kid and freaked out by now? Yeah, it makes absolutely no sense. Why won't this go away? There we go. Tucker White, isn't it amazing the weird inverse that happens with conspiracy communities? They'll look at actual photos of the Earth and go, that's fake, but look at this innocuous shot of bags. Yeah, it's very strange. Tucker White, I have to pay hundreds of dollars to ship a package overseas through FedEx, but I could get a human shipped for $30. It's Amazon for you. They undercut the competition. Tucker White, by the way, if you're Amazon and you're in the business of human trafficking, why would you put a head in a package you're trying to ship? How do conspiracy nuts not put together that this is moronic? They're not the best at, at reasoning. NLID, remember when May 2011 was supposed to be the end? Yes, there have been many end times prophecies. Tucker White, and October 2011. Yeah, the same person moved their date. Tucker White, well, at least his kids won't turn into drug-addicted sluts. At least Mimsy's taught me something. Redbeard Shanks, thank you for following. Lord Necro JZ says, I hate the fact that there was a time I would believe this shit. Oof, I'm glad you're not there anymore. Redbeard Shanks, thank you for subscribing with Prime. Tucker White 94 with 20 bits. Well, I don't just write off conspiracy theories just off the bat. Occam's razor is what keeps me from becoming a lunatic like this guy. Tucker White, he's still going? I know. I gifted a sub. Lavender Amberly with 200 bits, thank you. And then Crazy Nate 999, thank you for subscribing. There we go. All caught up on bits messages. Who can I raid? Have you guys seen, I'm not going to raid this person, but have you seen this Code Miko VTuber? I'm not into VTube at all, and I don't watch this person, but, like, the technology behind their, like, VTube stuff is crazy. You seen that shit? Like, it's like weirdly uncanny valley. It's so bizarre. Who's going right now? Destiny. Yeah, I'm not reading Destiny. The Maze Man? Who's the Maze Man? Booby streamer, please. No. Oh. Someone link me someone to raid. I want it to be someone I haven't raided, preferably. My bro, ArcDK could use some attention on his art. Hold on, someone else sent a link first. The first person to get to it, I think, would be a fair way of doing it. Lefty economics? Sure, why not? That was the first actual link I was sent, so I'm going with this one. Okay, so thanks everyone. I hope you have a wonderful evening. Come back tomorrow for some sort of other stream. I don't know what we'll be doing. If John Doyle puts out a video, maybe we'll do Chud Watch. If not, who knows? Maybe we'll just do a wheel stream or something. Thanks for coming to Tinfoil Tuesday with the new outfit. By next week, I should have some even more outfit stuff, a new hat, some other stuff. So that'll be fun. I'll see you guys if you're doing New Year's stuff in the next couple days. I hope you have a wonderful New Year. And yeah, thanks for making this an amazing stream all year. Thank you, everyone. Oh, I gotta hit the button for the raid. Now I gotta wait 10 seconds, and it's awkward because I wasn't planning to have to talk for 10 more seconds. You gotta expand. You gotta keep it going. And now I've talked enough for the timer to be up. Good night, everyone.
Violent revolution. But, you know, holy shit.